Chapter 602. Before she could finish speaking, another figure appeared beside them. It was Little Feng. Little Feng had just taken human form, but it was raised in Xianqing school by Qin Shi when it was young, so it didn't have too many obsessions, so it was much easier for it to break the illusion. Elder Jing was a bit surprised to see her. He and Enrich broke the formation early because their cultivation levels were the highest. Jing was only a bit later because of her talent. Fellow Daoist Fang's cultivation level wasn't obvious and she had no talent, but she also broke the formation early. Was this the power of her bloodline? His gaze shifted to the sea of clouds. Black Sun Monster Lord was still struggling. He sighed inwardly. The eldest prince's aptitude was ordinary, and so was his comprehension. All these years, he had been assisting him wholeheartedly, but it was inevitable that he felt powerless. Elder Jing regained his composure. Seeing that Black Sun Monster Lord couldn't break free in a short time, he whispered, "Enrich, you came out earlier. Do you know what's going on?" Enrich's tone was filled with joy. "We found old Jing." He then told them everything that had happened. Elder Jing couldn't be bothered with Mo Tiange and the others. He raised his head and saw Hupe, who was dressed in white, elegantly leaning against the horizontal plaque. After pondering for a moment, he finally bowed and saluted. "Junior Jing Tao greets Senior." He was more cunning than Enrich. Enrich said this was the Divine Lord, but he didn't dare to believe it, especially since he couldn't feel any divine beast's breath on him. Hupit smiled and glanced at him. No need to be so polite. He could read minds, so he naturally knew what Elder Jing was thinking. Elder Jing still maintained a respectful posture, but his mouth said, "Senior left a trace of your bloodline in the Shumi Sea in the past, which is why we have this opportunity. If we knew that Senior was trapped here, our Shumi Sea would definitely do our best to save you. May I know why Senior is trapped here? Is there anything we can do for you?" Hupis said, "What I did in the past was only to leave a trace of our Qilin clan to benefit other demon clans in Shumi Sea. As for me being trapped here, it's not something you can save." He smiled again. "I know you're suspicious, and I'm too lazy to prove my identity, so you don't have to say anything." Elder Jing was stunned and couldn't make up his mind for a while. He didn't know if Hupo was bluffing or if it was true. In just a short period of time, the 3 rank 9 beast cultivators broke free at the same time because they were in the same illusion. Only the Black Sun Demon Lord was left in the illusion. Elder Jing was extremely anxious. He had assisted the Black Sun Demon Lord for 1,000 years and knew his temperament very well. It was not easy for him to struggle against the illusion alone. However, the cultivation of this illusion far surpassed his, so he had no way of interfering. Just as he was feeling helpless, Enrich suddenly shouted, "Sir Divine Lord, please save the first prince." Enrich was a loach in human form, so he was much more simple-minded. Seeing that the Black Sun Demon Lord was unable to break through the illusion, he did not have as many concerns as Elder Jing. Instead, he instinctively sought help from a more powerful Sir God. Elder Jing was shocked, but he couldn't think of anything else at this time. After thinking about it, he didn't stop him. The amber on the horizontal board opened its eyes and said, "I've already simplified the illusions he experienced, but unfortunately, he still couldn't break through, so there's nothing we can do now, Lord Divine Lord." Enrich shouted, "The first prince is the descendant of the Divine Lord by blood. He traveled thousands of miles just for the Divine Lord. Please save the first prince's life on account of his sincerity." Hupa didn't say anything else and only sighed. His right hand was fiddling with the silver ring on his left wrist. If not for this item, the illusion would be nothing, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to escape. After a while, he said, "Since he's my descendant, how can I just stand by and do nothing? I don't know if he will succeed or not." Enrich was delighted and kowtowed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Divine Lord, thank you, Sir Divine Lord." Hoopa didn't seem to move, but there was a flash of light in his eyes. The illusion changed again, and there were more flaws. The Black Sun Demon Lord finally realized that something was wrong, so he broke through the illusion and broke out of the formation. Seeing that the Black Sun Demon Lord was out of danger, Jing Tao was extremely grateful to Hoopa even if he didn't believe it. He kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Sir Divine Lord." Hoopa waved his hand and didn't say anything. After coming out of the illusion, the Black Sun Demon Lord was still in a daze. It was only when Elder Jing saw him that he was sure that he was out of trouble. He was instantly exhausted. "Elder Jing, what formation is this? It's too scary." Elder Jing quickly said, "Eldest Prince, it's all thanks to Sir Divine Lord that you're out of trouble this time. Quickly thank him." "Ah, Divine Lord." The Black Sun Demon Lord was in a daze. He looked at where Elder Jing was pointing and saw Hoopa on the horizontal board. He was shocked, and in the next moment, the blood in his body boiled. Faintly, his bloodline was connected, and he knew Hoopa's identity immediately. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed. "Junior Black Sun greets Sir Divine Lord Grandfather." Since the Black Sun Demon Lord knelt down, the other demon cultivators, except for Little Fong, knelt down and said in unison, "Junior greets Sir Divine Lord." It was only then that Elder Jing's suspicions were gone. The bloodline senses wouldn't be wrong. Since the eldest prince said so, then so be it. Get up. Seeing his descendant, not only was Hoopa not happy at all, but he was even more worried. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't break the formation here, this Black Sun Demon Lord really disappointed him. His bloodline was the noblest, but it wasn't even as good as Enrich's bloodline. Had the bloodline he left diluted to this extent? If that was the case, the Qilin clan in Shumi's Sea would be no different from those so-called descendants of divine beasts in tens of thousands of years. Putting aside how Black Sun Demon Lord and the others greeted Hoopa, Qin Shi waved his hand and called Little Fong back. "Master, Madam." Little Fong looked ashamed. "Little Fong let you down. She left to find out about the abnormal phenomenon here. Now that they not only found the entrance but also entered smoothly, there was no need to talk about what she asked about. It's okay, Qin Shi said, let's conserve our strength in case anything unexpected happens. On the other side, Black Sun Demon Lord was reporting to Hoopa about the Qilin clan's experiences in the past 100,000 years. As they listened, they learned that the so-called Shumi Sea was actually a sea within a sea that Hoopa built in the South Sea to preserve a trace of his bloodline. The South Sea was dangerous but fertile, and the Shumi Sea was even more suitable for the survival of beast cultivators. Because of that, the Qilin clan quickly grew into the king of the South Sea. After more than 100,000 years, the bloodline of the Qilin clan became weaker and weaker. Today, they could barely maintain the appearance of a Qilin. After thinking about it, the South Sea sovereign decided to use the Qilin blood to purify their bloodline if they could find the manner left behind by their ancestors. At that time, the world changed and the South Sea and the East Sea were connected, so they sent their army to seize Bishuan Court while Kunwa was busy so that they could find clues there. Unexpectedly, not long after, Elder Jing found clues from the sacred object passed down from generation to generation and encouraged the eldest prince to come in person to take the credit. However, they never expected that their ancestor, the Divine Lord, didn't die but was imprisoned at the bottom of the East Sea. As soon as Black Sun Demon Lord finished speaking, the sea of clouds surged again, and figures appeared on it again. Hoopa paused, and everyone looked back. Black Sun Demon Lord was the first to be shocked. Xianyue. The figures reflected in the sea of clouds were the two 10th rank beast cultivators, Xianyue Demon Lord and Diei Jinghu. Usually, even if Xianyue Demon Lord found this island, he wouldn't be able to find the entrance. They must have seen the entrance because they entered the formation. Seeing this, Black Sun Demon Lord said resentfully, he got off lightly. Elder Jing wanted to say something but stopped on second thought, so he signaled Black Sun Demon Lord with his eyes. For Lord Divine Lord, Xianyue and Xianyue were both his juniors and didn't care about distance. If the eldest prince didn't hide his hostility towards the second prince, he might anger Lord Divine Lord. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Hoopa could read minds and already knew about it. Hoopa naturally didn't care about the infighting between the younger generation. Since he was a king, he had to fight for his position. He just hoped that this junior would be more capable. Upon seeing Xianyue Demon Lord, Mo Tiange frowned and asked in a low voice, "What should we do?" Black Sun Demon Lord's group of 7 people and Xianyue Demon Lord's group of 3 people were 4 10th rank beast cultivators. Qin Shi raised his head to look at Hoopa, who was staring intently at the image in the sea of clouds. He also said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter. We have the Xuanchu cloud connecting formation." Mo Tiange understood what he meant. If what Hoopa said was true, the Xuanchu cloud connecting formation in her hands would be a bargaining chip when they were all trapped here. There wasn't any deep hatred between them. When Wu Fei guarded Bishuan Court, he used the formation to kill some beast cultivators, but that was only because they were enemies. Before long, Diei broke through the formation and stood in front of the Immortal Palace. When she took a closer look, a surprised expression appeared on her cold face. They gathered here as if they were waiting for her on purpose. Elder Jing sneered. Elder Dai, I didn't expect you'd come so soon. Diei put away her surprised expression and said expressionlessly, "We're the ones who should be surprised. The second prince left not long ago, but the eldest prince already appeared in the Eastern Sea." Elder Jing Tao, you're really a peerless schemer. Just as Elder Jing was about to say something, another person broke through the illusion. It was Jing Hu. As soon as Jing Hu appeared, Elder Jing's gaze was fixed on him. Jing Hu stared at him with a gloomy expression. "Big brother, you came really fast." Mo Tiange looked at Qin Shi in astonishment and said in a low voice, "This is really interesting. The ones fighting for the throne are brothers, and the ones assisting are also brothers." Qin Shi raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. "This is good for us." Mo Tiange nodded lightly. "Yes, they're enemies, so we have a chance to survive." Upon a closer look, the 2 Elder Jing's appearance after their transformation was also similar, and their expressions and movements were also exactly the same. Before the 2 Elder Jing could say anything, a figure appeared next to them. It was Black Moon Demon Master. Seeing Black Moon Demon Master coming out of the formation, Hoopa was delighted and said, "That's more like it." Black Moon Demon Master instinctively took a step back when he saw so many people. When he saw Hoopa again, his blood stirred. He was startled and immediately knelt down. "Junior Black Moon greets Great Ancestor." Hoopa showed a faint smile. "Get up." Everyone with eyes could see his appreciation for Black Moon Demon Master. Jing Tao's gaze darkened, and Black Sun Demon Master's expression became extremely ugly. They were very clear about the purpose of this trip. If they let Black Moon get the Divine Lord's favor and purify his blood, the monarch position would definitely fall into his hands. Chapter 603. A strange silence ensued. To them, the more chaotic the situation was, the better. It would be even better if Xianyue and Xianyue fought each other. Xianyue Demon Lord's appearance made Xianyun Demon Lord feel the hatred he had for thousands of years. As the eldest prince of South Sea, he had a noble status. Since birth, he was the favored son of heaven, the master of Shumi Sea, the next South Sea sovereign. The person who broke everything was Xianyue. He was older than Xianyue, but Xianyue always surpassed him in schoolwork. Xianyue was inferior to him in reading, magic, and even his bloodline awakened later. In Shumi, from the little demons to the elders, every demon knew that Xianyue's second prince was smarter than the eldest prince. Compared to Xianyu, he, the eldest prince, was in an awkward position. He didn't have any desire to be the sovereign, but with Xianyue here, he wouldn't allow him to become the next South Sea sovereign. He was more doted on by his father, more loved by his teachers, more admired by the lesser demons, and now, he was more favored by the Divine Lord. Xianyun Demon Lord clenched his fists and looked at Xianyue Demon Lord hatefully. Hupa, however, seemed as if he didn't notice, and looked at Xianyu and Xianri with gratification as he said, "Being able to see my juniors while I'm still alive has fulfilled my wish. Even if I'm never able to go out and see the sky, I have no regrets." Jing Tao and Jing Hu said at the same time, "Lord Divine Lord." They paused and glared at each other. Seeing them like this, Diei snorted lightly, took a step forward, and said in a clear voice, "Sir Divine Monarch, we didn't know that you were trapped in the past, causing you to be isolated and helpless. Now that we know, how can we let you suffer here? Thousands of demons in Shumi will do our best to save you from this cage." Diei's words were powerful, but Hupo was unmoved. He glanced at her. "You're from the Butterfly Clan. It's not easy for you to cultivate to the 10th rank." Diei was stunned. She didn't understand what he meant. Was he praising her? Hupe continued, "How long will it take to break through to the 10th rank?" Diei said in a daze, "Over the years, other than the Chilan race, Shumi's Yao cultivators rarely broke through rank 10. Hupe smiled, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. "Even if all of you break through to the 10th level, you still won't be able to shake the restrictive shield. How are you going to save me?" Diei lowered her head in silence. None of the demon cultivators made a sound. Hupis said, "When I destroyed the world in the past, I knew that I would never be able to get out. You don't have to waste your efforts." Just as the demon cultivators were grieving, Jin Jing suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Lord Divine Monarch, doesn't that mean we can't get out?" Out of all the demon cultivators present, this little demoness, who was the weakest among them, was the first to react. Hupa glanced at her approvingly. "Not bad, that's the problem." "Ah!" The demonic cultivators were alarmed. When they came here and saw the Divine Lord who was still alive, they thought that a great opportunity had descended upon them. Unexpectedly, they heard about this matter. If he could not get out, even if he saw a Divine Lord, how could it be considered a fortuitous opportunity? What was the difference between dying in this place for the rest of their lives and dying? Great Ancestor, Mystic Moon still maintained her composure, her expression extremely grave. "Who set up this restrictive shield? Is there really no possibility of getting out?" Hearing this question, Hupo's gaze was fixed on the void, and he did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he said, "Rather than saying it's a person, it's more like a thought. It's a power that we can't resist at all." Mystic Moon Demon Lord did not expect to receive such an answer and was stunned. A power that even a divine monarch said could not be resisted, where did it come from? Celestial realm? Demon realm? Spiritual realm? Or divine realm? Mystic Moon Demon Lord shuddered at the thought. No matter which realm it was, it could not be the power of this realm. After all, Great Ancestor was a divine monarch, a Lord Divine Monarch who could ascend to the spiritual realm. "Lord Divine Monarch," a clear voice sounded. Jin Jing looked at Hupa solemnly. "There's always a direction to work towards. Since we can come in, there must be a loophole in this restrictive shield." Hupa said lightly, "So what if that's the case? Even I can't find it, let alone you. That means there's still hope." Jin Jing's gaze was firm. As long as there's hope, we can't give up easily. Our monster race has a long lifespan. After thousands of years, maybe there will be a miracle. Hu Po's gaze fell on her. His gaze gradually became gentle, but there was a hidden meaning in it. You're a promising person. It'd be better if you could be a little simpler. Jin Jing was stunned and immediately fell silent. Forget it. Hoopus suddenly said, I'll give you a direction to work towards. His gaze was like lightning as he stared directly at the group of monster cultivators, his descendants. Open this immortal palace. Maybe there's a chance of survival. Immortal palace. Sure enough, there was a mystery in this immortal palace. Just as she was about to say something, Hu Po's voice was heard. You too, this divine monarch can also give you a chance of survival. Hoopus swept his gaze over them then looked at Little Fong. Help them break this immortal palace. 10 monster cultivators couldn't even catch up to humans in terms of formations and restrictions. Humans didn't have strong bodies or excellent talents, but they were the most suitable race in this world and the easiest to cultivate. Because they were smart, they knew how to maximize the effects of natural treasures to greatly speed up their cultivation. Mo Tiange exchanged a look with Qin Shi and said, Senior, do you mean what you say? This divine monarch won't lie. Qin Shi said, Of course we trust you, but I don't know if these fellow Taoists think the same. Hu Po's gaze fell on Xianyue and Xianyue. What do you say? Xianyue Demon Master said first, since great ancestor said so, Xianyue has no reason to disobey. As long as you sincerely cooperate with us, Xianyue guarantees that you can leave Eastern Seas safely. Xianyue Demon Master looked at Hu Po, then glared at Xianyue Demon Master and said reluctantly, Xianyue is the same. Hu Po smiled and looked at Mo Tiange and Qin Shi. Are you relieved now? Mo Tiange and Qin Shi nodded. Although they didn't sign a contract, since Xianyue and Xianyue were the heirs to the South Sea sovereign's position, they wouldn't be so shameless as to renege on their promise. Hoopus said, the surrounding formations and restrictions are all set inside the Immortal Palace. If you open the palace, I could destroy them. If you can't, needless to say, they all knew the consequences if they couldn't open it. If they were trapped here for the rest of their lives, so what if they advanced to the Soul Formation realm? They wouldn't not do their best. Wait. Fairy Fengqing suddenly rushed out and said to Hupa anxiously, Senior, Hupa waved his hand. If you help, you'll naturally be included. Fairy Fengqing was overjoyed and said repeatedly, Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. With a glimmer of hope, she finally regained her senses. However, since Mo Tiange and Qin Shi saw how unbearable she was just now, she couldn't put on airs anymore, so she just stood on the side without saying a word. Okay. Hupa waved his sleeves, lay back, and took out the 9 chains. Tell me when you break it. Yes, the beast cultivators said respectfully. Xianyue Demon Lord was the first to greet them with a smile. Fellow Taoists, we meet again. Although it was a smile, it made people feel cold. The two of them fought the enemy with formations and killed more than 20 beast cultivators. How could Xianyue Demon Lord not hate them? Now that the Divine Lord had spoken, he knew that they were good at formations and restrictions. Even if he hated them, he could only restrain his emotions and cooperate with them. Second Prince, you're too polite. Mo Tiange smiled. I can only say that we're too fated. Xianyue Demon Lord's eyes darkened for a moment, but in the next second, he said elegantly, Let's discuss how to break the Immortal Palace. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi naturally had no objections and gladly obeyed. On the other side, Xianyue Demon Lord looked at Xiao Feng with a complicated gaze. Miss Feng, Xiao Feng was a bit ashamed when she thought of how Xianyue Demon Lord treated her these days. I'm sorry, Demon Lord, I didn't tell you the truth. Xianyue Demon Lord shook his head. I don't blame you, but I really don't understand. You're a divine lord. Why do you want to recognize a human as your master? Xiao Feng shook her head and said, First Prince, you have a noble identity. I don't know how ordinary monsters like us can survive. I was originally a bright bird and lived in the Kunwu mountain range. My clan was weak. Although we were descendants of divine beasts, we didn't have powerful elders to protect us. Later, my clan suffered a disaster. After we were separated, I met my master. Because of my master, I was able to survive, become a great monster, purify my bloodline, and become a true descendant of divine beasts. Everything I have today is because of my master. Monsters and humans are natural enemies because of the competition for resources. Master has done me a great favor, so how can I be ungrateful? In fact, she only needed to say, spiritual beast contract, and Xianyue Demon Lord wouldn't ask again. However, Xiao Feng said this. Xianyue Demon Lord was silent. He wanted to say something but couldn't. As Xiao Feng said, he didn't understand the world of ordinary monsters. First Prince, Jing Tao called in a low voice. Xianyue Demon Lord sighed and turned around. Let's go. Since Miss Feng was a human cultivator's spiritual beast, it was impossible for her to follow him back to the South Sea. Before breaking the Immortal Palace, the three parties made a contract first. First of all, the three parties promised not to attack each other. Only by working together could they unleash their greatest power. Second, no matter what dangers or treasures were in the Immortal Palace, they had to be divided equally. Then, they swore an oath, and Xianyue Demon Lord and Xianyue Demon Lord signed a contract. After that, they started to break the restrictions on the Immortal Palace. Jing Tao and Jing Hu temporarily put aside their grudges and said, humans are far more skilled in formations than monsters. We still need you three fellow Taoists' help. The three of them didn't agree. They also knew that formations were the specialty of humans. Monster cultivators couldn't compare. If they wanted to break the Immortal Palace with monster cultivators, they wouldn't be able to wait until they exhausted their lifespans. Fellow Daoist Fengqing, how much do you know about formations? Mo Tiange asked. Fairy Fengqing's face was pale. In just 1 or 2 days, she experienced helplessness, a thread between life and death, and extinguished hope. Right now, she was listless. I don't know much about formations, but I have a restriction-breaking item in my hand. What is it? Fairy Fengqing stretched out her hand, and a red lotus slowly appeared in her hand. This is it. Chapter 604. Both of them didn't expect Fairy Fengqing's natal magic weapon would have the effect of breaking restrictions. Fairy Fengqing stroked the red lotus and said reluctantly, I got this from an ancient cultivator's cave and refined it into my natal magic weapon. It has a miraculous effect on breaking restrictions. The restrictions of the Immortal Palace couldn't be broken easily, so this treasure would definitely be damaged. As the master of this natal magic weapon, Fairy Fengqing would also be injured. However, Mo Tiange was too lazy to sympathize with her. Fairy, even if you sympathized with her, she might still despise you in her heart. She said, try to break the restrictions with this thing. Fairy Fengqing was surprised. Fellow Daoist Mo, this Immortal Palace is a real Immortal Palace. The formations and restrictions inside are extremely brilliant. I'm afraid it's not good to act rashly, right? Mo Tiange said, that's exactly why I want to try. Fairy Fengqing's expression became uncertain. Mo Tiange said it casually, but she didn't dare to agree right away. This red lotus was her natal magic weapon. If it wasn't good, she would also be injured. At that time, she would be alone, so how could she get out? Mo Tiange did this on purpose. Fairy Fengqing treated them so badly before, so now that she had a chance, she naturally had to torture her. Besides, Fairy Fengqing really couldn't be trusted. If she was injured, it would be easier for them to control her. Now that Fairy Fengqing was unwilling, Mo Tiange said, "If you don't want to, then forget it. However, this won't count as contributing." Fairy Fengqing was startled. She looked up at the amber on the horizontal board. The amber was tired from playing with the 9 interlocking amber and was sleeping. She thought this senior said she could get out if she contributed. If she didn't agree now, it meant she didn't contribute. Fine. Fairy Fengqing clenched her teeth and decided to throw caution to the wind. If she didn't do it, they would have a reason not to let her out. She couldn't give them this reason. Fairy Fengqing summoned the red lotus. A red light flashed, starting from the lotus core and then passing to the petals. In the end, the entire red lotus was enveloped by the red light. Fairy Fengqing waved her hand, and the red lotus fluttered and flew towards the entrance of the Immortal Palace. In front of everyone's eyes, the red lotus floated near the Immortal Palace and then came to a stop. Fairy Fengqing formed several hand seals but none of them worked. Finally, Fairy Fengqing used a bit of strength and the Immortal Palace suddenly bounced back with a formidable strength. With a puff, the red lotus instantly dimmed and fell to the ground. At the same time, Fairy Fengqing coughed out a mouthful of blood. In any case, Fairy Fengqing was an experienced nascent soul cultivator, and her natal magic weapon had been nourished for many years. If she didn't count the Azure Dragon Bone, it wasn't much worse than Mo Tiange's Heaven and Earth fan. She hadn't even used much strength, but her natal magic treasure had already been broken. It was clear how terrifying the Immortal Palace's restriction was. Seeing that they didn't speak, Elder Jing Tao and Jing Hu came up and asked, "Fellow Taoists, how is it?" Mo Tiange waved her hand. "It's very difficult." Although the two elders didn't know much about restrictions, they knew what that scene just now represented. One of them said, "If we can get out of this predicament, we'll definitely reward you handsomely." The other one was even richer and more overbearing. "Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. I have some small items here that I think will be useful to you." He handed over a bulging animal skin bag. Beast cultivators were born with storage space, but there were always times when it wasn't enough. This animal skin bag was the Qianquan bag used by beast cultivators. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi exchanged glances. Both of them felt strange. Jing Hu glared at his elder brother. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Jing Tao showed a faint smile. "Fellow Taoists, since you've done your best, we'll give you some money. This is what we should do." Jing Hu looked like he was struggling. In the end, he also took out an animal skin bag and handed it over. "Fellow Taoists, I'll have to trouble you." The hope of destroying the Immortal Palace was in their hands. He was afraid Jing Tao would take the lead. At that time, they would only have 3 beasts and they wouldn't be able to defeat him, so they would suffer a loss. Mo Tiange nodded slightly, and Qin Shi openly took the 2 animal skin bags from her. "Fellow Taoists are too considerate. This matter is indeed difficult to handle, and we also don't have much confidence. We can only try our best." Jing Hu and Jing Tao repeatedly agreed. After sending them away, they used the excuse of thinking of a way to set up restrictions in a corner and excitedly rummaged through the animal skin bags. "Shumi Si is really rich." Mo Tiange's eyes widened as soon as she took out the first item. She'd seen many treasures, but she'd never seen such a big water-repelling bead. This water-repelling bead wasn't something refined by a mediocre tool-refining apprentice. It was a natural water-repelling bead that a clam demon had spent hundreds to thousands of years to nurture. This kind of bead not only had the effect of repelling water, but it was also a magic weapon for controlling water. When a clam demon transformed, its natal magic weapon was most likely a water-repelling bead. The one Jing Hu gave her was even more brilliant and vibrant, without any impurities. There's more. Qin Shi picked up a piece of withered grass. This piece of withered grass was called grass of immortality, an important raw material for concocting longevity pills. Such quality couldn't be bought in Kunwu. Right after that, they picked up a bottle of 5-colored sand and a piece of a 10th-ranked demonic beast's shell. After counting, the 2 animal skin bags Jing Hu and Jing Tao gave her weren't much worse than their net worth. Qin Shi sighed with emotion. If the South Sea wasn't too far and too dangerous, Kunwu cultivators would have swarmed to the South Sea. Mo Tiange said, "Who cares if it's the South Sea or not? In any case, we'll take their things. Since we're doing such a big thing, it's only right to take their things." Hearing her tone, Qin Shi asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Mo Tiange smiled. "I didn't. In fact, this restriction is too far beyond my realm. It's impossible to crack it." "Then how did you?" "I have a magic weapon." Mo Tiange smiled mysteriously. "The mysterious cloud formation." "Oh." Qin Shi smiled. "You're really a one-trick pony. No matter what kind of restriction it is, as long as you can't understand it, you just need to dig a hole." "What do you mean dig a hole?" Mo Tiange was dissatisfied. "I'm not a mouse." Qin Shi said, "Who dares to call you a mouse?" "If you're a mouse, wouldn't I also be a mouse?" "There's also Master, that big mouse, and Zhenji, that little mouse." Mo Tiange laughed and punched him. "Do you think Clear Spring Peak is a mouse nest?" The two of them laughed for a while, put away their things, and pretended to use the sensing bell and peak positioning lantern to probe the restriction. In the middle, Amber's gaze drifted down from time to time, a faint smile on his face. He knew everything, but as long as they didn't harbor evil intentions, he didn't care. After being busy for a whole day and looking at the formation book for several days, Mo Tiange pretended to think of a solution and said to the beast cultivators, "There's a way, but it's a bit troublesome." Hearing there was a way, how could Xian Ri and Xian Yu refuse? They said directly, "What do you need to pay?" "Fellow Daoist, just tell me." Mo Tiange opened a list of materials. Several hundred kinds of materials were unceremoniously listed on several pieces of animal skin paper. The pair of Mystic Sun and Mystic Moon each took out their own money. They took out whatever they had and tried their best to replace what they didn't. Mo Tiange took a look and paid for the rest herself. In fact, she already had these things, but she couldn't pay for them all. There weren't many opportunities to take them for free. After collecting all the materials, she finally started to get busy. The last time she laid the mysterious cloud formation, she spent several years studying it. This time, of course, she didn't need to do it, but it still couldn't be done in a few days. First, she used spirit stone powder to draw the whole formation. This couldn't be done by others, so she had to do it herself. Next, she used jade rosin to fix the spirit stone powder, then made formation flags and formation discs. Drawing the formation diagram alone wasn't a matter of a few days, even though she had drawn a complete formation diagram in the returning Ruin Sea's Immortal Palace. After all, the restrictions in the returning Ruin Sea and this Immortal Palace were completely different, and their power was also different. After more than 10 days of deliberation and modification, Mo Tiange finally determined the size and details of the formation diagram and spent a day to finish it. Next, she made formation flags and formation discs with Qin Shi's help. Half a month later, they were finally finished. During this time, Fairy Fengqing had been recuperating from her injuries. Her natal magic weapon was damaged, and her injuries were also serious. She couldn't recover in a day or two. She estimated it would take 3 to 5 years for her to fully recover. Xianri and Xianyu disliked each other. After being trapped together for a month, they couldn't avoid a verbal battle. With the Divine Lord here, they didn't dare to fight and only dared to talk. To maintain their image in the Divine Lord's heart, Xianri and Xianyu didn't dare to talk. It was their subordinates who talked. After holding back for more than a month, seeing that Imotianga was about to start laying the formation, Xianyu put aside his hatred and asked, "Fellow Taoists, do you need help?" Imotianga paused and said, "There's no need to trouble Second Prince. When it comes to laying formations, you have to be able to control them. Others can't achieve the effect you want." Xianyu Monster Lord was very disappointed, but he didn't give up and asked, "You really don't need my help. Second Prince, go and rest." After politely sending off Xianyu Monster Monarch, Imotianga called Qin Shi and Xiaofeng over. She gave them the jade slip that recorded the method of laying formations and asked them to help her. Everything she said to Xianyu just now was just to coax him. Large-scale formations, such as Great Mountain Protecting Formation, might take 3 to 5 months or even 1 to 2 years. She didn't want Xianyu to get involved because this formation was a secret that absolutely couldn't be leaked to demonic cultivators. While he was setting up the formation, a golden-haired little girl slowly approached him and chatted with Xiaofeng on and off. Imotianga saw her and occasionally paid attention to them. The formation method was all in the jade slip, so she wasn't afraid others would steal it. Even if she was extremely talented in formations and had a famous teacher to guide her, it still took her many years of study to understand a great formation like the Xuanchu Cloud Formation. How could others learn it just by looking at it? However, this little girl called Jin Jing seemed a bit strange. She looked innocent and kind, but Imotianga always felt she wasn't so simple. After thinking for a while, she sent a voice transmission to Little Feng. "Be careful. Be careful." Little Feng looked at her and nodded slightly. The three of them slowly laid the formation. After a long time, the Xuanchu Cloud Formation finally showed its true appearance. The last high-grade spirit stone fell, and with a flash, the whole star chart lit up as if it was alive. Everyone's eyes were on them. Even the amber on the horizontal board was attracted. He sat up and looked at the Xuanchu Cloud Formation in front of the Immortal Palace. After a long time, he finally said, "Tier space." Chapter 605. Hoopa asked sternly, "How do you know the space-tearing technique?" Before Imotianga could answer, he continued, "No, this is just a superficial knowledge. But even so, it's not something you can learn." Imotianga felt it was troublesome to explain, so she said vaguely, "I was fortunate enough to go to an ancient immortal palace and obtain this technique." "Impossible." Unexpectedly, Hoopa was very serious. "Even if it's a rough spatial technique, it's still tearing space." "Where did you learn it?" Imotianga had no choice but to tell him about the Sea of Returning Ruins through voice transmission. As for the origin of the Xuanchu Cloud Linking Formation, she blamed it all on Fu Yaozi. In any case, Fu Yaozi disappeared, so no one asked Hoopa about it. When Hoopa heard this, he was doubtful. "There's such a thing." Imotianga said, "Master Fu Yaozi only said this formation was created by an ancient genius cultivator. As for its origin, I don't know either." Hoopa read her mind and found she really didn't hide anything, so he nodded and said, "With this technique, it's possible to break the Immortal Palace. Go." Imotianga raised her hand at him, then turned around and said to the beast cultivators, "This formation contains a star chart and 5 star positions. It's a space-tearing formation that simulates the movement of stars. 5 star positions require great power. Middle-stage nascent soul cultivators might be a bit difficult, but late-stage nascent soul cultivators are best. Xianyun and Xianhua looked at each other and didn't speak, so Mo Tiange said, let's do it this way. We'll take one of the 5 star positions, and you can decide the other 4. For star positions, that was easy. Jing Tao said, in that case, we have 4 10th rank beast cultivators. Jing Hu frowned. That's not appropriate, right? We only have 3 in total. Jing Tao said sarcastically, you're taking the initiative to show weakness. Jing Hu was about to retort, but Xianhua Monster Master said, forget it. Let's split it evenly. What's the point of arguing with them now? Second Prince. Jing Hu sighed and didn't say anything else. Seeing that they were done, Mo Tiange said, here's an incantation for the secret technique. Please get ready. The 4 10th rank beast cultivators took the incantation and prepared for a long time until Mo Tiange said, are you ready? The 4 beast cultivators nodded. Then let's start. Qin Shi took the lead in choosing a star position and standing on it. Seeing this, the 4 demonic cultivators also stood up. Start. As soon as her voice fell, the 4 demons and 1 human recited an incantation. The star atlas lit up, and the dense spiritual energy produced by the high-grade spirit stones surged in 5 different directions. The patterns on the star map absorbed the spiritual energy one after another and emitted a glowing light. For a while, the incantation was absorbed. Then, the incantation, the incantation, the incantation, the incantation, the incantation. This process lasted for about an hour before, the incantation was, the incantation, a. Then, a dark hole appeared in the center of the star map. Tian Tili, Mo. Tian. Mo. The Mo, Tian. I. Mo. No matter what it was, the effect was the same. The 4 beast cultivators immediately looked better. Obviously, it was something that could restore spiritual energy. Qin Shi wasn't affected much. His yang spiritual bead was stimulated by the vermilion bird's breath. If he didn't have enough spiritual energy, it would be automatically replenished. From this point of view, he had a great advantage in a fight of magical powers. Sure enough, when the other demon cultivators saw that he was fine, they all cast fearful gazes at him. Mo Tiange ignored them and said to Hupo on the horizontal board, Senior, the Immortal Palace has been destroyed. Please break this restriction. Hupo said, I'm locked here and can't enter the Immortal Palace. There's a switch inside the Immortal Palace. You can enter the Immortal Palace and take it out, then I'll break it. Mo Tiange looked at him suspiciously. Senior, are you serious? Hupo was displeased. Why would I lie to you? Mo Tiange said, Senior only said you wanted to destroy the Immortal Palace, but you didn't say you wanted us to enter the Immortal Palace. Now that the Immortal Palace has been destroyed, you said you wanted to enter the Immortal Palace to take something. Senior, if you have anything else you want to say, just say it all so we don't have to waste our breath later. Hupo flicked his sleeves. If I wanted to harm you, I could have just asked these juniors to become your enemies. Why would I need to change the topic? If you don't want to, then forget it. You just need to be trapped here. Qin Shi gently pulled her sleeves. Stop talking. It wasn't good to anger this senior. Mo Tiange also knew this, so she turned around and said to the beast cultivators, Everyone, let's go in. None of the beast cultivators responded. Mo Tiange sneered inwardly. They were afraid that she would do something. Since you don't want to go in, we'll go in first. She waved her hand to beckon Xiaofeng and stepped into the black hole with Qin Shi. As soon as they went in, Fairy Fengqing's figure flashed and also went in. The beast cultivators looked at each other. Xian Yu was the first to say, "Let's go in too." Then she rolled up her sleeves and went in. Second Prince. Before she could finish, Xian Yu's figure disappeared. Jing Hu sighed and followed her closely with Jie. Then Black Moon Monster Master and the others went in one after another. The passage created by this improved Xuanchu cloud formation was much more stable. Mo Tiange and the other two didn't have to spend much effort to see the white light at the end of the passage. When they stepped out of the passage, they saw the Immortal Palace. There was nothing in the empty hall, but there was an extremely dense celestial aura lingering in the hall. Qin Shi was quick to react. He flicked his sleeves, and a sword aura flew out of his sleeves and transformed into thousands of sword lights above his head, protecting the three of them tightly. Immortal aura. It was actually immortal aura. In the next moment, Fairy Fengqing, who came out from behind them, screamed and hurriedly activated her red lotus, barely holding on. The immortal aura in this immortal palace was the immortal aura of immortals. It wasn't the immortal aura lingering around that was usually described as extraordinary. The immortal aura contained powerful energy that they couldn't contain. Once the immortal aura entered their bodies, they would explode and die. Looking at the immortal aura around her, Mo Tiange said slowly, "What's the origin of this immortal palace?" "It actually has immortal aura. I'm afraid the one who imprisoned that senior was an immortal." "Immortal?" Fairy Fengqing exclaimed in a low voice. Mo Tiange recalled what Hupa said and said in a daze, how could he offend an immortal? Why would an immortal bother with him? No matter how powerful Hupa was in their eyes, he hadn't ascended yet, so how could he have enmity with an immortal? Judging from Hupo's appearance, he didn't seem to have any complaints about the person who imprisoned him, so it didn't seem to be a personal grudge. She had a premonition that there must be an unspeakable secret in this matter. After Fairy Fengqing, Xianyue Demon Monarch appeared, followed by Jing Hu, Jie, Jing Tao, and Jin Jing. Before long, all the beast cultivators entered the palace. Several 10th rank beast cultivators also reacted quickly. All of them released their protective spiritual light to protect themselves. Jing Hu and Jing Tao looked around and said at the same time, "Fellow Taoists." They stared at each other and stopped. Mo Tiange asked helplessly, "What do you want to say?" Jing Hu said first, "There are 6 paths here. How about we split up?" There were 3 paths on each side of the main hall. Inside the immortal aura, they didn't dare to use their divine senses and could only explore with their own bodies. Jing Tao snorted but didn't say anything to object. That was probably what he wanted to say too. Mo Tiange turned to look at Qin Shi. Both of them agreed. "Okay." Jing Hu smiled. "Then we'll choose at will." Both sides had no objections. However, in the process of choosing, Jing Hu and Jing Tao inevitably argued. In the end, they had to draw straws. They were grand 10th rank great beasts, but they used drawing straws to solve their problems. It was really boring. No matter how they divided the paths, Mo Tiange and Qin Shi chose the first 2 paths. When they were about to enter, Fairy Fengqing caught up with them, wanting to say something but hesitating. "Fellow Taoist Fengqing, what's the matter?" Mo Tiange asked faintly. Fairy Fengqing struggled for a while and said, "Fellow Taoists, can I go with you?" Her words were so polite that Mo Tiange looked surprised. She said, "Fellow Taoist Fengqing, we're just juniors who just advanced to the nascent soul realm. How can we go with you?" The sarcasm in her words made Fairy Fengqing's expression change several times, but she knew it was more dangerous to stay here alone, so she made up her mind to go with them even if she had to swallow her anger. She took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and resisted the urge to turn hostile. Fellow Taoists, there are so many beast cultivators. Even if you too have spiritual beasts, you can't defeat them. Why don't you cooperate? Mo Tiange looked at her and said, Fellow Taoist, are you sincere? Fairy Fengqing smiled bitterly. Apart from cooperating with you two, what else can I do? Can these beast cultivators be trusted? At least I want to live. She finally saw the situation clearly. If she didn't cooperate with them, what could she do alone? She was only in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, her natal magic weapon was damaged, and she was injured. Apart from cooperating with them, what else could she do? Gupith said he would protect her life, but once she entered the Immortal Palace, he couldn't control her anymore. Mo Tiange met Qin Shi's eyes. Seeing that he didn't object, she said, It's not impossible to cooperate, but I hope fellow Taoist Fengqing won't be hostile. Otherwise, we won't trust each other, and it'll bring us a lot of trouble. Fairy Fengqing lowered her head in silence. After a while, she raised her head again. Of course. No matter how many opinions I have about you two, it's not as important as my life. She could be considered a flexible person. To save her life, even if she was controlled by them, she had to endure it. Alright, let's go. Mo Tiange released the puppet to explore the way in front of her and entered the door with Qin Shi. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to little Feng who stayed behind. Keep an eye on her. If anything goes wrong, kill her. Don't hesitate. The phoenix feather in little Feng's hand flashed, and she answered, yes. At that moment, Xian Ri's group had already entered a door. Xian Yu stood in the same place for a long time. It wasn't until Jing who urged him that he came back to his senses. He looked at the door Xian Ri entered and then at the door Mo Tiange entered. He heaved a low sigh and followed behind Jing Hu into the door they chose. Outside the Immortal Palace, Hu Po's eyes suddenly flashed. He sat down cross-legged and said, Compared to you, I believe in myself more. I'll have to break this restriction myself. Chapter 606. As soon as she stepped through the door, she was surrounded by fog and couldn't see anything around her. Qin Shi took out the peak-fixing lamp. Its dim light could only illuminate a radius of 3 meters. This lamp had the effect of breaking restrictions. There were no restrictions within a radius of 3 meters illuminated by it. Mo Tiange turned around and found that she couldn't even see the door. She shook her sleeve, and the Tai Chi 8 trigrams flew out of it and slowly unfolded in the air. Water-like ripples appeared around it. As the ripples spread, the yin and yang in the surroundings were slowly sorted out and calmed down. Ha! Mo Tiange's expression changed slightly. When she was about 10 feet away from her, the power of the 8 trigrams diagram was blocked by a force. This force was very gentle, but it was also very powerful. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake it. Qin Shi pointed with his spiritual aura, and several sword lights shot out of his sleeve. The next moment, the sword lights stopped in front of him as if they were blocked by something. What's that? His expression changed slightly, and he stared ahead. It wasn't immortal aura. As soon as they entered the door, the immortal aura disappeared without a trace. He could only be sure that it was probably a restriction. As for what kind of restriction it was, even his peak-fixing lamp couldn't detect it. It was probably far beyond its realm and had been lost for a long time. Even immortal aura appeared here, so what else was impossible? Their magic weapons were blocked at the same time, so Mo Tiange couldn't think of anything. Fellow Taoist Fengqing, do you have any methods? Fairy Fengqing bit her lip and helplessly took out a foot-long green jade ruler. We can try this. The two of them saw that the jade ruler's brilliance was restrained and contained, so it was obviously a rare treasure. Mo Tiange thought to herself, bold nascent soul cultivators really have a lot of treasures. This treasure isn't inferior to my Tai Chi universe map. Fairy Feng Qing stretched out her hand, and the green jade ruler floated in the air. Wisps of green light flew out of the ruler and gathered in the air. The green light seemed to contain a violent aura that was about to wreak havoc but was suppressed by the gentle green light. Go! Fairy Feng Qing shouted. The green light broke, and the violent aura soared into the sky. Chi! 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 The green light broke, and the violent aura soared. Fairy Feng Qing's expression changed several times. She made an incantation gesture, and the green light rushed up, wrapped around the aura, and jumped back into the jade ruler. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. This was an expected result, and they had nothing to be disappointed about. This. Just as she was about to say something, the surrounding fog suddenly dispersed and the scenery changed greatly. Heavenly music resounded in the air. A beautiful and holy fairy flew in the air and sprinkled layer after layer of flower petals. Mo Tiange stretched out her hand and a petal fell on her palm. The petal was bright and fragrant. Really? She whispered as she crushed the petals into powder. Amidst the celestial music, auspicious clouds appeared beneath their feet, and the clear and melodious voices of the fairies could be heard in the air. Respectfully inviting the immortals to ascend to the heavens to receive the conferment. Shua invites the exalted immortal to ascend to the heavens and receive the decree. Mo Tiange only felt her mind becoming muddled. She floated up the clouds and flew along with the clouds to the 9 heavens. The walls were made of immortal jade, the beams were made of divine wood, and the stairs were made of metal and stone. It was as splendid as the abode of immortals. Divine sovereigns with fluttering sleeves and fairies with fluttering ribbons welcomed them and said, respectfully inviting the exalted immortal to enter the palace to receive your conferment. Under the escort of the immortals, they entered a resplendent hall. In the main seat of the hall sat a middle-aged divine lord with a dignified countenance and an untainted appearance. The immortals bowed to greet him. Greetings, Master. The middle-aged divine sovereign raised his hand. No need to be so polite. After the immortals stood up, someone pushed them forward. Greetings, exalted immortals. The 4 of them were pushed to the center and worshipped in a daze. Greetings, Master. You don't have to be so polite. Rise. When the 4 of them stood up, the Master said with a smile, now that the heavenly Tao has been severed, the 4 of you can still ascend and become immortals. Indeed, your aptitude, temperament, comprehension, and fated chances are all indispensable. Since you've already ascended to the heaven realm, I hereby confer you the title of Heavenly Tao True Lord. The 4 of them bowed and said respectfully, thank you, Master, for your conferment. The Master nodded with a smile. Since you're Heavenly Tao True Lords, you have your own fiefdom and Immortal's Cave. From now on, you can go anywhere you want. The immortals rushed forward to congratulate them. Then, the Master God's banquet made the whole immortal world extremely lively. The 4 of them were in a daze, and from then on, they enjoyed their carefree and happy days in the immortal world. They were immortal, immortal, and immortal. With a flick of their fingers, they could annihilate a country and casually throw out a fruit to change the world. No one was their enemy. Mortals worshipped them and immortals respected them. Suddenly, she felt a little cold on her neck, and the scene in front of her suddenly distorted. Mo Tiange looked at the human world under her feet in a daze and suddenly said, Senior Martial Brother, where are we? She was stunned. Suddenly, his internal organs were burning. A raging fire burned out of his body and surrounded his whole body. Senior Martial Brother. Mo Tiange seemed to not see the fire. She just looked at him in surprise. His whole body was red, and there seemed to be a flame in each of his eyes. Ah! He couldn't help but scream. It was as if his spiritual aura was exploding, and he was in great pain. "Senior Marshal brother." She called out, but she couldn't get close to him. The fire in his eyes burned brighter and brighter, and the scenery around him kept distorting. All of a sudden, with a bang, it broke into pieces. The immortal world, the immortals, and the immortal palace all disappeared, revealing an empty stone room. Mo Tienge was still in a state of shock. This was the most beautiful illusion she had ever experienced, but it was also the most terrifying one. Because it was too beautiful, people couldn't extricate themselves and stayed in it forever, never leaving it for even a moment. The fire on Qin Shi's body suddenly disappeared, and his mind also sobered up. He quickly looked around and exhaled. "It's fake." Mo Tienge regained her composure and said with a smile, "Do you hope it's real?" There was no smile on Qin Shi's face. He said, "I hope it's real, but I also hope it's fake." Mo Tienge was stunned. "What do you mean?" He lowered his head, and his eyes revealed a rarely seen bewilderment. "Attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal seems very beautiful, but if it's really like an illusion, my heart feels empty, as if I've forgotten something important." Mo Tienge paused for a moment, then nodded softly and said slowly, "I originally thought becoming an immortal was my ultimate goal, but after this illusion, I realized that although I want to become an immortal, I don't want to leave this world and abandon everything." For example, her master, Jinji, Nia Wushang, Luo Fengshue, Xianqing School. She didn't want to abandon the people she thought were important to her. Could it be? Qin Shi said in a daze, "Could it be that becoming an immortal isn't our goal?" No. Mo Tienge's gaze suddenly became firm. "I should say that becoming an immortal isn't our goal. We want to embark on the great Tao and ascend to seek immortality, but we don't want to abandon everything to become an immortal. If becoming an immortal means abandoning everything, if living forever means forgetting everything, what's the point of becoming an immortal like that? I worked hard to cultivate. Even if the road was full of thorns, I still had to move forward. It wasn't because I wanted to lose something, but because I wanted to guard it. I wanted to guard myself, guard what I loved, guard the people and things I cared about." Mo Tienge recalled her experience when she formed her nascent soul. The figures of Mo Yaoqing and Fu Yaozi emerged in front of her eyes. What was the path to immortality? To seek power and not be controlled by others. What was the path to immortality? To seek immortality and explore the true meaning of the world. Her beginning was the same as Mo Yaoqing's. She wanted to become stronger so she didn't have to be controlled by others, so she could protect herself and the people she cared about. When she gradually grew up and gained enough power, she had another goal, just like Fu Yaozi. Cultivating was something she felt happy about, and living forever was the goal she wanted to achieve. Why was this world like this? How could she live forever? She wanted to know the answer to these questions, so she continued to move forward without hesitation, cutting down all obstacles. Her becoming an immortal wasn't to abandon her master, Jinji, her friends, and her sect under such circumstances. Since she could abandon everything, what was her original goal? Cultivating wasn't to lose something, but to guard it. Qin Shi didn't answer immediately. He had to have his own answer to this question. What was the purpose of cultivating? Why did he feel regret when he became an immortal like this? He still remembered that when his master went to the prince's mansion to take him away, he only asked one question: "Are you willing to follow me to cultivate?" At that time, he still didn't understand the meaning of cultivating. He was just subdued by his master's elegant demeanor, so he naturally answered, "Yes." Just like that, he set foot on the path to immortality. He never asked himself why. He walked this path naturally, and he didn't need to ask why. Because of this mentality, he never encountered any bottlenecks before he formed his nascent soul. Even his master praised him, saying he was born to cultivate and that his Tao heart was firm. Although he suffered a setback because of Mo, it had nothing to do with his Tao heart. Even though he failed to form his nascent soul 3 times, it wasn't because of his Tao heart. It wasn't until the illusion just now that he suddenly realized his Tao heart wasn't invulnerable. Since his Tao heart was firm, why did he feel like he lost something after becoming an immortal? Wasn't becoming an immortal his goal? She said becoming an immortal wasn't to lose something, but to protect it. What about him? He didn't want to lose his master or his sect, even if she was by his side. These were things he wanted to protect, not things he could lose at will. One day, he would step onto the great Tao, but before that, he had to know that the things he wanted to protect were safe and sound. This was his heart. I understand. She smiled. I want to become an immortal, but not like this. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Although they were Tao companions, they had to have the same heart to continue moving forward. What kind of illusion is this? Mo said in confusion, other illusions have loopholes, but this one doesn't have any loopholes. She shook his head. It's an immortal's item, after all. How can we see through it? He shifted his gaze. Little Feng and Fairy Feng Qing were sitting cross-legged with smiles on their faces, showing no signs of breaking free from the illusion. Mo looked worried. They won't come out, right? I'll try to see if I can wake them up. She stood up, took out a talisman from his robe, and slapped it on Little Feng's body. The talisman lit up, but Little Feng didn't react at all. She was still immersed in the illusion with a happy smile on her face. Chapter 607. Strange, how could this be? She muttered to himself. The talisman he used on Little Feng was a meditation talisman. Logically speaking, meditation talismans should be effective when someone was trapped in an illusion, but Little Feng didn't react at all. He turned to look at Fairy Feng Qing again, and the arrogance returned to her face. The dream must have been very wonderful. He reached out and patted the meditation talisman on Fairy Feng Qing's body. The talisman also lit up, but it didn't work. Why? Mo was puzzled. The talisman lit up to show that it wasn't broken, but how could it not work? Could it be that this illusion didn't disturb the mind? She thought about it and suddenly thought of a possibility. He was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Could it be? Seeing his ugly expression, Mo hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" She calmed down a little. The meditation talisman has the effect of calming the mind and calming the disturbed mind. But now, the meditation talisman obviously wasn't broken, but it didn't work. I can only think of one possibility. He paused and said slowly, their minds weren't disturbed. Mo was stunned and shouted, how could it be? Illusions are created by disturbing one's mind. At this point, her voice suddenly stopped. You also thought of it, right? She said, this isn't an illusion at all. Mo regained her composure after a long time and said, if this isn't an illusion, what is it? All the characteristics are obviously the same as an illusion. How could it be an ordinary illusion that belongs to immortals? She looked solemn. If it was really an illusion set by immortals, how could we get rid of it so easily? Right. Mo murmured, it's impossible for us to get rid of an immortal's illusion so easily. I have an idea. She took a deep breath and said, let's go to another door. Mo regained her composure and looked at Little Feng and Fairy Feng Qing. Let's not care about them. What if Feng Qing wakes up first? It doesn't matter. She looked at Fairy Feng Qing, took out another talisman, and patted it on her body. Fairy Fengqing shook a little but continued to show a happy smile. Even if she wakes up, her spiritual aura will be bound. Mo Tiange said in amazement, your talisman technique has improved a lot. You can even create this. Qin Shi smiled. It's all thanks to your virtual sky world. There are a lot of ancient books and records inside. I flipped through them and discovered that this talisman can still be made. Without further ado, the two of them packed up and brought the puppets back to the main hall. They entered the door opposite the main hall. Similarly, a dense fog rose from all directions. This time, the two of them were very calm. Each of them took out their special Dharma treasures to protect themselves. In the dense fog, a faint murmur could be heard. It sounded like a whimper, like a sob. It was hair-raising and made one's heart go cold. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Mo Tiange asked in a low voice, "What's this?" Before Qin Shi could say anything, a black shadow suddenly flew out of the fog. It turned into a ghost head with blood flowing out of its 7 orifices and pounced on her. Mo Tiange was so frightened that her heart skipped a beat. With a wave of her heaven and earth fan, a wisp of spiritual aura dispersed the ghost head, but she instinctively grabbed Qin Shi's sleeve. Qin Shi teased, "What? You also have times when you're afraid." The ghost head dispersed, and Mo Tiange calmed down a bit. Being laughed at by him made her feel a bit dissatisfied, so she let go of his sleeve and said, "I was just startled by its sudden appearance." Qin Shi was still smiling, but he held her hand and said softly, "You don't have to force yourself not to be afraid. I'm here." Although it wasn't even words of love, Mo Tiange felt that all the words of love in the world weren't as touching as these words. She was so happy that even the scene in front of her didn't seem so frightening. In fact, since she started cultivating, she'd seen a lot of frightening things. No matter how bloody the scene was, it couldn't scare her. It was just that these ghosts and monsters looked horrible that she felt a bit uncomfortable. What she saw just now was a bit similar to what they encountered in the 10,000 ghosts soul devouring formation in Sandstorm City. Ghosts and monsters of all shapes and sizes were extremely disgusting. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw a ghost slowly appear in the fog. It didn't have a face, but it was holding a bloody mask. As it walked, it let out a sound that sounded like it was crying or howling. Mo Tiange frowned. A golden thunderbolt shot out, completely trapping the ghost. Under the golden thunderbolt, the ghost sizzled under the heat. Before long, it lost its strength and turned into light smoke. After that, the ghosts emerged one after another. The two of them used their own methods. After fighting for a while, Qin Shi suddenly said, "Did you notice something strange?" Mo Tiange was instructing the puppets to kill ghosts with the Fuxing sword. "These ghosts are real," Qin Shi said, "they're not illusions." Mo Tiange stopped and looked up at him. Qin Shi continued, "The ghosts we killed in the Ghost Cultivator's 10,000 ghost soul devouring formation were all illusions. They didn't have real bodies." Mo Tiange looked at the badly mutilated and ferocious-looking ghost in front of her. The rotten flesh and blood even splashed on the back of her hand. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. Ah! A sword light separated from the sword formation, circled the back of her hand, and the rotten flesh disappeared without a trace. Qin Shi said, "This also shows that this isn't an illusion at all. Or rather, it's not the illusion we thought it was." "What's that?" Mo Tiange was surprised. "Is this the method of immortals?" "Yes." Qin Shi looked solemn. "The method of immortals to create the world and create people." Xian Ri's face was pale as he looked at the scene in front of him. In front of him was a group of people. There were both men and women among them. The men were tall, strong, and ugly. Their arms were thicker than their entire bodies, and their waists could not be wrapped around by 10 people. The women, on the other hand, were delicate and beautiful. Compared to the fairies, they had a wild beauty. What? What is this? There were only Jing Tao and a 9th-rank beast cultivator beside him. The others had been separated. Jing Tao's figure flashed. He showed his huge body and shouted to the 9th-rank beast cultivator, "Protect the first prince." Compared to his body, these strange people weren't so tall. Jing Tao opened his huge mouth and sucked hard. Although his sucking wasn't as good as Enrich's sky-devouring technique, it wasn't much worse. It was said that whales swallowed and nibbled. This was a whale's instinct. Under the sucking force, these strange people roared loudly. Their momentum shook the sky. All of them gathered together and punched at him. With a muffled sound, a powerful aura came and collided with the sucking force. Jing Tao felt his mouth go numb and a tooth fell out. Jing Tao was shocked. Teeth were one of his weapons. He didn't expect to lose one in just one encounter. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out countless tiny water lines, pouring them on these people's heads. Although they were water lines, they were no different from sharp blades. Countless water blades shot out. These people couldn't defend themselves and could only block the blades with their bodies. In the end, they bled dry and fell. Xian Ri was still in shock. He was about to ask where this thing came from, but he saw the ground shaking in the distance. These strange people appeared. They were taller and fiercer. Xian Yu's experience was different from theirs. The fog in front of them disappeared, and a terrifying scene appeared. Some of them were boiling in a big pot with red charcoal at the bottom. Many people lined up to jump into the pot and were cooked until their skin and flesh were split open, screaming incessantly. In the end, they crawled out, their skin and flesh slowly regrew, and they jumped into the pot again, repeating the cycle. Some of them were tied to copper pillars, inch by inch, knife by knife. All of their flesh and bones were cut off, dripping with blood until they became a pile of rotten flesh. When they had suffered enough pain, they would merge back into one person and continue to experience thousands of cuts. Some of them hacked each other until they were badly mutilated and their facial features were dislocated, but they still did not die. Some of them were trapped in a big wooden barrel, hammered by a huge hammer above them until they became a pile of mud, howling incessantly, but they could not break free. Xian Yu turned her head and couldn't bear to look at it. What the hell is this place? Jinghu and Die's faces were heavy. They couldn't answer this question, but what they saw in front of them was clearly dangerous. Before they could react, a lowly official dressed in a black robe rushed over and pulled them back with a scowl. These low-ranking officials looked ugly. They seemed to have no abilities, but they were very strong. Xian Yu Demon Lord was just one step slower. They grabbed his sleeve and tore it off. His clothes were made of treasures from the South Sea. Even if a nascent soul cultivator attacked him, it wouldn't be damaged at all. What's going on? Dai showed her true form. She sprinkled some yellow powder to stop the low-ranking officials. She said calmly, "Don't worry so much. Kill them first." That's right. A white sharp blade flew out of Jinghu's mouth. It was his natal magic weapon. The two 10th-rank great demons started a massacre. No matter human, demon, or monster, they killed all who stood in front of them. Although the low-ranking officials were very strong, they were no match for the 10th-rank demon cultivators. They were sprinkled by Die's yellow powder and cut into pieces by Jinghu's teeth. This time, they poked a hornet's nest. Countless people who were being tortured or captured all raised their heads, stared at them strangely, and rushed towards them. Xian Yu Demon Lord didn't have time to express his thoughts. He opened his mouth and showed his Chilan body. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, how come there are so many? Emotianga couldn't care less about keeping her body clean. She had seen many of them, so she didn't feel disgusted anymore. She closed his eyes. The 3 young real fire sword hovered around his body. He used the secret art, causing the vermilion bird's flame to continuously gush out from his yang spiritual bead. A simple and unadorned longbow with bright flames slowly emerged in front of him. She opened his eyes. He held the bow with one hand and pulled the taut string with the other. Bright and destructive flames sprang out from his fingertips, and he slowly pulled the string. The vermilion bird bow. Mo Tiangi exclaimed, "You want to use the vermilion bird bow?" She said, "How can an immortal hold back?" He pulled the vermilion bird bow into a full moon. The vermilion bird's breath gushed out and turned into the vermilion bird's flame, which took the shape of an arrow and burned on his fingertips. He focused and aimed the vermilion bird bow at the sky. As soon as he let go, the vermilion bird arrow, which carried incomparable power and destructive aura, rushed to the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The restrictions in the surroundings were burned by the vermilion bird's flame. The evil spirits were also killed, and the original stone room appeared. This arrow condensed all the vermilion bird's breath that could be used. She felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. The evil spirit formation was broken, but he also temporarily lost his ability. Chapter 608. With the evil ghost gone, Mo Tianga didn't dare to stay any longer. She left the stone room with Qin Shi and returned to the main hall. Qin Shi closed his eyes to adjust his breath while she guarded him. She was alone in the stone room and didn't dare to enter it again. What she saw here was much higher than their realm. Every step she took meant more danger, so little Feng could only wait. Half a day later, the breath of another door fluctuated and several figures fell out. Mo Tianga saw it was Black Moon Monster Master and his 2 companions. Elder Jing. Black Moon Monster Master's clothes were tattered and his hat was crooked. As soon as he came out, he hurriedly went to help Jing Hu, who fell on the ground. Jing Hu looked pale and his spiritual aura was scattered all over his body. Obviously, he was seriously injured. "It's okay." Jing Hu waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. "Second Prince, please guard me. I'll heal myself." "Okay." After Jing Hu sat down, Black Moon Monster Master took out several colorful demonic beast cores. "Elder Jing, here are some cores. They're good for your injuries." Jing Hu glanced at them. These cores were rich in spiritual aura and had no impurities, so he knew they were given by the monarch. He picked up 2 and said, "This is enough. Second Prince, keep the rest in case of emergencies." Black Moon Monster Master put them away obediently. "Elder Jing, hurry and heal yourself." Jing Hu ignored everything else and started to heal himself. Die's spiritual aura was a bit unstable, but it was only a minor injury. After adjusting her breath, she looked at Mo Tianga and Qin Shi. "Fellow Taoists, you also came out." Die was as cold as usual. Qin Shi was still adjusting his breath. Mo Tianga's eyes moved, but she said faintly, "Yes, it's really an immortal's method. We almost died here." Die asked, "What did you encounter?" "We encountered an evil ghost array." She answered briefly, then looked at Die. "What did the 3 fellow Taoists encounter?" "Scenes of many people being tortured." Die said, "They indeed look like the evil ghosts in the legends." The so-called ghost legend only prevailed in mortal countries. Ordinary beast cultivators didn't know what ghosts were. Die was already very knowledgeable to know the existence of ghosts. Mo Tianga was dumbfounded. many people being tortured. It was different from theirs. She hurriedly asked, "Can fellow Taoist tell me what you saw?" Dai didn't understand, but there was nothing to hide, so she told him what she had seen. Mo Tianga's expression turned solemn. What Dai had told her reminded her of a legend among mortals. Mortals believed that when people died, they would become ghosts. Those who were extremely kind would ascend to become immortals, those who were extremely kind would be reincarnated as humans, those who were extremely evil would become animals, and those who were extremely wicked would enter the 18 levels of hell to be punished every day. How was what Dai said similar to the rumored 18 levels of hell? Fellow Taoist Mo. Dai looked at her in confusion. Mo Tianga heaved a sigh and said, "As I expected, what fellow Taoists saw was indeed hell." Hell. Xianyue Demon Lord exclaimed in surprise. He had traveled in Yunzhong, so he knew more about the legends of ghosts and monsters than Dai. After thinking carefully, he nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. Legend has it that evil people will enter the 18 levels of hell after death, where they will be skinned, burned, fried, and roasted until all their sins are cleared. Isn't that what we saw? At the end of his words, he turned to Dai. Dai said, "So the human legend is true." Xianyue Demon Lord asked again, "What exactly did you two experience?" Mo Tianga said, "There were a lot of evil spirits. Some were extremely strong, and some were strangely shaped. We had to fight for a long time before we could escape. She was temporarily exhausted, and she had some minor injuries, but their situation wasn't bad. If they didn't have the vermilion bird bow, they might not have been able to escape." Jinghu and Dai were both in the 10th rank, but Jinghu was still seriously injured. Xianyue Demon Lord wanted to ask more, but he saw someone stumbling out of another door. It was Xianyue Demon Lord and Jing Tao. Jing Tao was covered in blood, not much better than Jinghu. Although Xianyue Demon Lord was still in good shape, he looked panicked. "Elder Jing, Elder Jing." The Black Sun Demon Lord grabbed Jing Tao and shook him indifferently. Jing Tao was seriously injured, so he couldn't catch his breath after being shaken. Xianyue frowned and said, "Big brother, if you keep shaking him, Elder Jing Tao will really be hopeless." Xianyue was stunned. He immediately let go of Jing Tao and said unhappily, "I know. I don't need you to remind me." Xianyue snorted and turned her head to ignore him. Jing Tao took a deep breath and said to Xianyue, "Eldest Prince doesn't need to worry. I'll be fine after adjusting my breathing." Xianyue Demon Lord said hurriedly, "Okay, quickly adjust your breathing." Jing Tao glanced at Mo Tianga and Dai with vigilance. He handed a foot-long bone spur to Xianyue Demon Lord, swallowed the beast core, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Dai opened her eyes and showed a mocking smile. She didn't pay attention to him and shifted her gaze to Mo Tianga. Xianyue hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Dai's gaze, he suddenly understood and also looked at Mo Tianga. Mo Tianga was stunned for a moment before she realized that Xianyue wanted her to ask about Xianyue Demon Lord's experience. This wasn't a big deal, and it was also closely related to her, so she called out, "Eldest Prince." Xianyue Demon Lord was distracted. She asked several times before he came back to his senses and casually saluted her. "Fellow Taoist, what's the matter?" Mo Tianga said, "What did Eldest Prince and the elders encounter in the sect? Why did only the two of you come out?" Xianyue glanced at Xianyue first and then answered, "It was strange inside, and Elder Jing was injured, so we came out first." He wasn't a fool. Right now, Dai was with Xianyue and it was hard to tell whether Mo Tianga was a friend or foe. If he told them the truth, wouldn't he be sending himself to the mouth of others? They were separated after they went in. Another 9th-rank beast cultivator was torn to pieces by a monster while protecting him, so he had to hide his current situation. Strange. Xianri replied, there were many monsters inside, they looked like humans, but they were very different. These monsters were very tall and strong, with extraordinary strength. The men were extremely ugly, and the women were extremely beautiful. We couldn't resist them, and with great difficulty, we managed to escape. I see. Mo Tiange frowned. She felt the monsters Xianyue Demon Lord mentioned were a bit familiar. What about you? What did you encounter? Xianyue Demon Lord asked while his gaze swept over Xianyue and the others. Mo Tiange said, we were besieged by evil spirits. As for the second prince and the others, they saw hell. Evil spirits. Hell. These terms were strange to Xianyue Demon Lord. Mo Tiange explained to him. She had read a lot of ancient books and could remember most of these legends, but she didn't know the details. There were many legends among mortals. Many of them were passed down by word of mouth and later changed beyond recognition. Most of them couldn't be taken seriously. After listening to her, Xianyue said, it's really strange. What you encountered was related to ghosts, but why were we completely different? Those monsters were definitely not ghosts. They carried the breath of destruction and obviously didn't have a high rank, but they could injure Elder Jing. Since they're monsters, how can we use the cultivation world's method to classify them? Xianyue said, ghosts and monsters are different from us, and their Tao is also completely different. Xianyue sneered. Second brother, you really know a lot. Do you know how to deal with them? Xianyue was stunned. He glared at him and said nothing. Different existences, different Tao. Mo Tiange murmured. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. She clapped her hands and said, right, why didn't I think of it? The three monsters turned their heads at the same time and asked in unison, what? Mo Tiange said, tall, strong, extremely ugly men, and extremely beautiful women. This is recorded in ancient books. In ancient myths, they were called Azura. Azura. Xianyue frowned slightly. Why is this name so strange? I remember. I once heard from a Buddhist cultivator that Azura was one of the ancient gods. They were strong and aggressive, and they were enemies of the gods. Yes. Mo Tiange nodded. Evil ghost, hell, and Azura. Put these three together, and it's clear at a glance. After the ancient gods created the world, they divided all living beings into 6 paths: heavenly path, human path, hell path, hungry ghost path, animal path, and Azura path. There are 6 gates here. What we saw was hungry ghost path, hell path, and Azura path. Presumably, the remaining 3 gates are heavenly path, human path, and animal path. The first gate they entered was heavenly path, which was why there were immortals and gods. Speaking of which, the 3 groups of people were really unlucky. Human path and animal path were relatively mild, but they entered the most difficult hungry ghost path, hell path, and Azura path. As for heavenly path, although they walked out easily, they probably didn't become immortals and didn't integrate into that path, so they could leave easily. Little Feng and Fairy Fengqing hadn't come out for a long time, which showed how dangerous it was. Thinking of this, she was a little worried. Could Little Feng make it through? All living beings in 6 paths. Qin Shi's voice rang out. He finished adjusting his breath and opened his eyes. There are all living beings in 6 paths here. It's indeed an immortal treasure. Are you okay? Mo Tiange asked happily. Qin Shi smiled. I'm not injured. I just adjusted my breath and recovered my spiritual aura. Hearing this, Diei became more vigilant. Fellow Daoist Qin, Xianyue asked, in your opinion, is this a small world created by immortals? Qin Shi shook his head. It's an exaggeration to say it's a world. At best, it's a magic weapon with the ability to simulate the 6 paths. Magic weapon? Yes. Qin Shi looked at the gate next to him. One gate is one path, the 6 paths are one, and all living beings in 6 paths are present. It can be called a small kiliocosm. But how can the real operation of the 6 paths be real? All living beings in 6 paths can only exist in this immortal palace, so it's not a real small kiliocosm. Therefore, this treasure can only be regarded as a simulation of the 6 paths. He spoke clearly, so the 3 beast cultivators all believed him. Xianri blurted out, then what should we do? Can we break the operation of the 6 paths? Although it's a simulation, how can cultivators in our realm interfere with the 6 paths? Qin Shi sighed. It's impossible for us to break it head-on. Xianyue frowned. Are we going to return without accomplishing anything? Second Prince, don't worry, Diei said. Since the Divine Lord let us come, there must be a way. Chapter 609. In the main hall, the 3 parties were helpless. In the Azura Dao sect, Jin Jing was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, guarding Ni-Chi who had a solemn expression. Jin Jing's originally delicate and timid face was now as calm as water. There was a faint layer of spiritual light around her, as if there was water flowing. This layer of spiritual light became brighter and brighter, and then it soared until Jin Jing was completely submerged. Ni-Chi was extremely nervous. His skin emitted a black light and turned back into the skin of a loach. He was ready to take action at any time. The spiritual light on Jin Jing's face was extremely bright. There was a soft buzz and she suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, Jin Jing's face was cold and solemn. Her eyes were clear and her timid temperament was swept away. Your Highness. Seeing her open her eyes, Ni-Chi was overjoyed. Your Highness succeeded. Jin Jing stood up, and her arrogant and careless eyes swept over him. You really belong to this little girl. The crisp voice had a hint of laziness. Obviously, it was not the original Jin Jing. Ni-Chi was stunned. For a moment, he was not sure whether Jin Jing had succeeded or not. Jin Jing ignored him. She slowly looked at her hands and clasped them together. So weak. Fortunately, my talent is not bad. If I cultivate properly, I still have a chance to break through to the 10th rank. This tone, this expression. Ni-Chi thought of a possibility. He was shocked and stammered, Senior, you are. Jin Jing glanced at him and smiled. What do you think? It turned out that Jin Jing's smile was timid, but this Jin Jing's smile was filled with outstanding elegance. Ni-Chi trembled with fear when he saw it. He said, You. How could you? Her Highness only used a secret technique. Didn't she tell you what this secret technique is used for? Jin Jing casually summoned her natal magic weapon, a pair of short swords refined from Qilin horns. The color of the simple and honest sword was completely different from her golden hair and eyes. Ni-Chi said, Her Highness said that this secret technique can temporarily purify the bloodline. At the end of his sentence, his dark face showed a horrified expression. Jin Jing smiled. She raised her head and squinted her eyes. You don't have to worry. I am her ancestor after all. I won't harm her. Ni-Chi nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. Although he was worried about Her Highness, he couldn't get angry at the person in front of him, because he knew that as long as she waved her hand, he, a 10th rank great demon, who stood at the peak of the human world, would be annihilated. He could only hope that this matter wouldn't bring disaster to Her Highness, or even benefit from it. Jean Jing no longer paid any attention to him. She raised her Qilin short sword and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Ni, who was at the side, suddenly felt breathless. It really was that person. At this moment, he no longer doubted it. I want to see just what this so-called Six-Dao Palace is. Jean Jing sneered. Her short sword released a ray of light that tore apart the fog in front of her. Jing Hu and Jing Tao were both awake. The three sides were confronting each other. Under normal circumstances, Mo Tiange and Qin Shi were the weakest. Moreover, they were from different clans, so it was very likely that they would become the common target of the other two clans. But it was not the case now. The hatred between Jing Hu and Jing Tao obviously surpassed theirs, and Jing Hu of Xianyue still had Ye, while Jing Tao of Xuanri only had two people. They needed another force to balance things out. In this case, the two of them were actually the safest and could watch the show as if it was none of their business. Unfortunately, Jing Hu and Jing Tao were quite smart. If they confronted each other now, it wouldn't do them any good. Therefore, after a short confrontation, they chose to negotiate. Whether it's you or us, we came to the Eastern Sea for the same purpose. Jing Tao was expressionless. We've been fighting for thousands of years, but it's not for this place. Jing Hu put on a fake smile. It's been so many years, but this is the only thing you say that sounds like a human. Jing Tao snorted but didn't answer. Enough. Diei said impatiently. We can talk about nonsense later. Let's talk about what we should do now. Everyone was silent for a while. Xian Yu was the first to speak. If this was a dead land, Divine Lord and Great Ancestor wouldn't have let us in. Xian Ri snorted. Isn't this nonsense? Xian Yu's expression was cold. He didn't pay attention. He was already used to it. No matter what he said, this big brother of his wouldn't give him a good look. Qin Shi said, but the injuries we suffered just now weren't fake. If I didn't happen to have secret treasures with me, it's not impossible for us to die here. He glanced at the few great demons. Elder Jing's injuries are also quite serious, right? Jing Hu and Jing Tao's expressions darkened. Xian Ri's expression changed several times. He said in a low voice, Hing Jia was killed inside. This place will kill people. Sure enough, some of them died. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi exchanged glances. Both of them were somewhat worried about little Feng in the heavenly Dao. But Xian Yu frowned even harder. Divine Lord and Great Ancestor won't harm us. Divine Lord didn't harm us. Jing Tao said, Lord Divine Monarch only said that if we enter this place and find the item that controls the restriction and bring it to him, we will be able to escape. However, he didn't tell us what to pay attention to. Isn't that strange? Yes. Jing Hu said in a deep voice, since it could suppress Divine Lord here, this immortal palace must be an immortal's treasure. If Divine Lord knew there was danger inside, he definitely wouldn't not mention it, but he didn't say anything. So, Diei said slowly, Divine Lord doesn't know what's going on here. What? Xian Ri and Xian Yu exclaimed at the same time. In their eyes, as their ancestor, Divine Lord, had great magical powers and was trapped here because of bad luck. When they were told to enter the Immortal Palace, their ancestor was calm, so they thought everything was under control. Xian Ri was flustered. He stamped his feet and said, Why didn't Grandpa Divine Lord tell us? What should we do now? Should we go out and ask first? As he said that, he looked at the entrance of the Xuanchu cloud-linking formation. First Prince. Jing Tao raised his eyebrows and stopped him. Since Divine Lord didn't say anything, there's nothing to say. What's the use of asking? But. Xianri was in a dilemma. Are we going to die like this? Nonsense. Jing Tao didn't care about his identity and shouted solemnly, how could Divine Lord let us die in vain? We'll definitely be able to find the item to break the restriction smoothly. And what Elder Jing said is reasonable. Xianri swallowed and tried his best to calm down. He had always trusted Elder Jing. Now that they were in danger, he trusted him even more. Xian Yu Monster Lord shifted his gaze and saw Mo Tiange and Qin Shi on the side. He suddenly thought of something and asked, fellow Taoists, what do you think? Us? Mo Tiange pointed at herself in surprise. Xian Yu said, since the two of you could set up such a great formation, you must be very proficient in formations and restrictions. He was talking about Bishuan Court's great mountain protecting formation, which killed more than 20 beast cultivators. Xian Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred when he thought about it, but he couldn't lose his temper now and could only endure it. Qin Shi gave her a meaningful glance, signaling her to speak first. Mo Tiange thought for a moment then said slowly, I think we can't break the restriction in the Immortal Palace. The beasts didn't expect her to deny their goal right away. Xian Yu asked, fellow Daoist, what do you mean? Did we really come here to die? Of course not, she said, let's think carefully about Senior Hupo's behavior. First of all, he didn't want us to help him escape at first. It seemed like he didn't think we could help him escape. The beasts couldn't help but nod. If it weren't for their insistence, Hupo wouldn't have said they could break the restriction in the Immortal Palace. Mo Tiange continued, second, Senior Hupo didn't think deeply or feel too conflicted when he let us enter the Immortal Palace. What does that mean? Xian Yu asked. It means, Qin Shi said softly, he just said it casually and didn't expect us to break the Immortal Palace. Ah! Xian Yu was stunned. Then why did he let us in? He didn't want us to come here to pass the time, right? Mo Tiange glanced at him. Although he didn't think deeply, it wasn't without a purpose. Xian Yu was confused. Fellow Daoist, if you have something to say, just say it. Mo Tiange spread her hands to show her helplessness. I'm just saying. He didn't understand, so there was nothing she could do. I think Senior Hupa thought it would be difficult for us to break the restriction outside the Immortal Palace and enter with our strength. If we couldn't get in, we'd give up, but if we got in. If we got in, it means we're quite capable, Xian Yu said. Exactly. Mo Tiange nodded. Senior Hupa only paid attention to us when we opened the door to the Immortal Palace. But what's different is that he only told us to go inside to find the thing controlling the restriction after I asked. Don't you think it's strange? The beasts couldn't help but nod. Diei said thoughtfully, Lord Divine Sovereign, it seems he really just said it casually. How could he casually say such an important thing? Qin Shi said faintly, this can only mean that his purpose of letting us in was fake. Why is that? Xian Yu frowned, puzzled. Forget about you guys. Great Ancestor Divine Sovereign doesn't need to lie to us. No, Jing Hu said firmly, Lord Divine Sovereign didn't lie to us. Jing Tao said, he just wanted us to go inside. It has nothing to do with our purpose. Why? Xian Ri and Xian Yu asked at the same time. They had been brothers for so many years, but this was the first time they were so united. I don't know. Mo Tiange spread her hands and threw the question aside. Jing Hu said, can we contain the power of the Immortal Palace if we enter it? Mo Tiange couldn't help but nod. This was also her guess, but it was just a guess. So, Jie, who stood indifferently, said in the end, we'll try our best to test this Immortal Palace while preserving our lives, which can be considered as helping the Divine Sovereign. All the beasts and humans agreed. On one hand, they felt her analysis was reasonable, and on the other hand, they didn't want to take risks. What good would it do them if they lost their lives here? That divine sovereign had no reason to want their lives. With this kind of mood, the three parties were a bit pessimistic. After resting enough, they entered the natural law school under Mo Tienga and Qin Shi's intentional or unintentional guidance. Chapter 6:10. The mist dispersed, and the strong and ugly Azuras pounced at them. Jin Jing raised her eyebrows, and with a flick of her finger, the Qilin dual swords turned into thousands of sword rays, killing all the Azuras as easily as killing flies. Enrich, who was following behind, was dumbfounded. In order to protect Jin Jing, he was almost torn into pieces by the Azuras, and he finally managed to set up a barrier to temporarily save his life, but Jin Jing killed him just like that. The mist thickened and dispersed, and the Azuras appeared again, pressing down on them. Jin Jing snorted coldly, and the sword rays shot out again, killing all the enemies. Enrich was stunned. Perhaps they sensed Jin Jing's strength. These Azuras became stronger and stronger. In the end, Enrich could no longer observe them, and only felt that each of them was much higher than him. Only now did he believe that the master of this celestial palace was an immortal. They must be too weak for the celestial palace to deal with them. As the strength of the Azuras increased, Jin Jing's expression became more and more serious, and it took more and more time to kill them. Enrich consciously used his life-saving means and hid at the back. A battle of this level was not something he could watch. If he was not careful, he would be killed. Another batch of Azuras were killed. Jin Jing put away the Qilin dual swords and sneered, "What Six Paths Palace? Great immortal treasures. Nothing more than this." No one responded to her. The surrounding Azura flesh suddenly wriggled and crawled towards the center, until they merged into a pile, and slowly turned into a huge male Azura. His body was as tall as a small mountain, and his feet were wide enough to kill 100 people with a stomp. More importantly, his aura was shocking. Standing there, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. The Azura's ugly face lowered, and his huge eyes stared at Jin Jing. Suddenly, he said, "You are thinking too simply." "Is that so?" Jin Jing smiled lazily. "You are finally willing to come out." The Azura said, "I will not let you have the chance to go out." Jin Jing suddenly sneered and said in a mocking tone, "It's been more than 100,000 years. I really don't understand what heavenly rule I have broken for you to imprison me here." The Azura's tone was flat. "You are not imprisoned because you broke the heavenly rules, but because you are too dangerous." "It's too dangerous." Jin Jing smiled. "According to you, I don't even have the right to fight for my own fate." Azura was expressionless. "Since this is fate, how can it be resisted?" "Ha, ha." Jin Jing laughed, and in the end, tears came out of her eyes. "If that's the case, why create life? Wouldn't it be more obedient to create a bunch of dolls? You don't have to do this." The Azura's voice did not carry a trace of emotion. A human cultivates to become an immortal, and a demon cultivates to become a spirit. You can already ascend to the spiritual realm and escape your fate, but you insisted on staying. Jin Jing stopped smiling and looked at him coldly. "If that's the case, why can't my descendants ascend? Why were humans only able to cultivate to the soul formation stage? Did you give them a way out?" Azura said, "What's the point of telling me? I'm the artifact spirit. These rules have nothing to do with me." "Good, good, good." A spiritual light flashed between Jin Jing's fingers, and the Qilin dual swords burst into a dazzling light. "You've been with me for more than 100,000 years, and you've worked hard. Instead of going on like this for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, it's better to end it here. Azura didn't answer. His whole body was burning with a monstrous fighting spirit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, what's this? Xian Yu's face was pale as she looked at the thing in front of her. It was rare that Xian Ri didn't contradict him, but his face was also very ugly. They were on a barren mountain. The sky was dark, the trees were withered, and the yin aura was dense. From time to time, crows cawed, but there was no vitality at all. From time to time, black or white shadows appeared among the dead trees, floating here and there. Mo Tiange's face was even paler. Xian Ri and Xian Yu only thought the scene was horrible, but she knew this shouldn't have happened. This gate was the gate of the heavenly Tao not long ago. She looked up at Qin Shi and whispered, "Senior Martial Brother, why is it like this?" After a long time, Qin Shi said, "Maybe the 6 paths of reincarnation can be changed." Although the 6 paths of reincarnation didn't mean that, this immortal palace was only a magic weapon, so it wasn't impossible for it to represent the 6 paths of reincarnation. The demons didn't know what they were talking about. Jing Hu turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoists, is this the hungry ghost realm you experienced?" Mo Tiange shook her head hesitantly. "What we saw wasn't like that." "Then what kind of situation was it?" She said, "It was just a space with many evil ghosts rushing at us, unlike now, where there's a real scene." What they experienced in the hungry ghost realm before was a typical offensive formation, but this one had the characteristics of an illusory formation, which was many times more brilliant than that one. "It's coming." Qin Shi whispered. A gust of chilly wind blew, and everyone shivered. As cultivators, they were already immune to cold and heat, so the aura that made them shiver had a strange coldness that was enough to harm people's lives. "Be careful," Dai shouted. Her yellow clothes unfolded, and she revealed her true form. She turned into a huge yellow butterfly. The yin aura invaded and turned into a horrifying evil ghost, drenched in blood, rushing at them. Xian Yu was the first to bear the brunt. He waved his sleeve, and a blue light flew out, turning into a blue light. However, when the blue light collided with the evil ghost, it only blocked it for a moment before it shattered into thousands of pieces. This shattering was like a heavy blow to Xian Yu, who flew backward. Dai flapped her wings, and a gentle force supported Xian Yu, stopping him from flying backward. Jing Hu attacked at the same time. His sharp teeth fell off and turned into sharp thorns, all of which attacked the evil ghost. Jing Hu attacked with all his strength. The evil ghost was finally blocked, but it still didn't disperse. His expression changed several times, and he was extremely surprised. He didn't hold back, but he still couldn't destroy this evil ghost. This kind of strength was much stronger than the Hell realm they entered before. The little ghosts that appeared in the Hell realm before weren't strong, and they slowly became stronger. Seeing this, Dai flapped her wings. Her butterfly shadow danced as if she was dancing, sprinkling layers of yellow powder. As she danced, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and this power of distortion quickly extended to the evil ghost. With a crack, the evil ghost seemed to be frozen. It stiffly cracked into several pieces and gradually dissipated in the air. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi were surprised. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi were astonished. Dai's move was really powerful. However, this technique was very complicated and difficult to use in actual combat. Once her dance steps were interrupted, she couldn't use it again. Whoa! In the wind, there seemed to be whimpers, and the atmosphere became even more strange. If they were mortals, they would definitely think of those strange ghost stories. Among the whimpers, there was a rustling sound. Countless ghosts gathered from all over the barren mountain, approaching them step by step. Gradually, the ghost's broken body appeared in their field of vision. Suddenly, there was a violent wind around them, and Een aura overflowed. Asterisk 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 the sword light formed by the Cheelant's dual swords hit Azura's body. Azura roared and raised his huge palm to the sky. A thick stick appeared in his hand, and he ruthlessly smashed it down on Jean Jing. Jean Jing closed her eyes, made a hand seal, and recited an ancient and obscure incantation. As she chanted the incantation, a clear light slowly flashed from her body, becoming brighter and brighter. Unexpectedly, it blocked the powerful rod. No matter how much strength Azura exerted, it remained firmly fixed in the air and did not move. The light became brighter and brighter, and a figure slowly appeared from Jean Jing's body. The figure was dressed in white and had an arrogant expression. If it wasn't Hoopa, who else could it be? Jean Jing was real and Hoopa was illusory, but their movements and expressions were exactly the same. Suddenly, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time. A vast and mighty aura surged out. Hoopa's body turned from illusory to real, but Jean Jing's body softened and was about to fall. Hoopa spread out his sleeves, and an invisible airflow lifted Jean Jing up. In this airflow, Jean Jing's appearance changed rapidly. The golden color faded, and her chest swelled. What replaced it was a young girl in her 20s, with black hair and red lips, and a romantic temperament. Your Highness. Hiding in the defensive shield created by Hoopa, Enrich hurriedly took Jean Jing. Perhaps, she wasn't Jean Jing. Cough cough. The young girl slowly woke up, and saw Hoopa in the air. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. This, Hoopa smiled faintly. Although you are scheming, you have never harbored evil intentions. Seeing that you are also my descendant, I will fulfill your wish. After saying that, he pointed between his eyebrows, and a drop of blood flew out, slowly flying towards Jean Jing. Jean Jing was surprised. Sir God, this, Hoopa ignored her, and the drop of blood instantly entered between her eyebrows. A vast and sacred aura immediately filled her body. Ah! Jean Jing screamed, and only felt that her body was torn into pieces by this aura. Your Highness, Your Highness. Enrich was at a loss. Although he was a 10th-rank great demon, his spiritual intelligence wasn't very high. What was happening in front of him was beyond his understanding, so he didn't know what to do. Hoopa was too lazy to explain, so he ignored them and looked up at Azura, who occupied half of the sky. He raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint arrogance. Even if you are an immortal's magic weapon, you are still a dead thing. Even if you are a dead thing, you can't run away in these hundreds of thousands of years. Azura's voice was still emotionless. He raised the pillar-like stick in his hand again, shouted, and smashed it down again. This time, he didn't just have the strength to break 1,000 kilograms, but also a strength to break 1,000 mountains. Asterisk 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 in the vast sea of sword light of the three young real fire sword, ferocious ghosts were burned to ashes one after another. The sword light was withdrawn, and everyone was surprised. Each of them was more or less in a difficult situation. Just now, the ghosts were very strong, and they swarmed up, so it was very difficult for them to hold on. They almost thought they were going to die here, but unexpectedly, they suddenly became weak and were easily killed. What's going on? Xian Yu looked at Jing Hu. Elder Jing, is there danger behind us? I don't think so, Qin, she said. There isn't a strong aura around us, so it can't be faked. Yes. Jing Tao nodded slowly. In fact, if it had been a while longer, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Diei said, why do you care so much? Let's break the formation now. Chapter 6:11. As soon as Diei finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly shook. What's going on? Xian Ri shouted. Jing Tao waved his sleeves and protected Xian Ri behind him. First Prince, be careful. The aura around them was chaotic. The aura of evil ghosts lost its original pattern and scattered everywhere. In the end, cracks began to appear in the space they were in. The cracks grew bigger and bigger until the barrier could no longer be maintained and collapsed. This collapse made them realize that this wasn't an illusory formation created by a formation but a real independent space. The power of the space collapse instantly caused a great impact on them. Puff! Puff! Xian Ri and Xian Yu were the first to vomit blood. Jing Tao and Jing Hu hurriedly used secret techniques to protect them. Mo Tiange wasn't much better. If she hadn't instinctively thrown a puppet in front of her before the space collapsed, she would have been knocked down like Xian Ri and Xian Yu. The puppet made a cracking sound and lost its light. She waved the heaven and earth fan in her hand. The azure dragon roared and spat out a ball of golden lightning, which quickly spread into a golden net and covered the two of them. Qin Shi's sword formation buzzed and protected the two of them. At this time, the tearing force formed by the collapse of the space almost tore them apart. After a long time, Mo Tiange woke up from the dizziness and gasped for breath. Tiange. Qin Shi helped her up. Are you okay? Mo Tiange shook her head and sat up. Ahem. Xian Ri and Xian Yu also got up. Looking around, they saw piles of immortal jades. The immortal palace had also collapsed. Great ancestor, great ancestor. A girl's clear voice came to their ears. Xian Ri and Xian Yu were both stunned. They turned to look at the voice and saw a girl kneeling not far away, shaking the amber lying on the ground. Meow meow, the two of them said in unison. Xian Ri hurriedly stood up and said, Meow meow, why are you here? Jin Jing, or the third princess of South Sea, was mysterious. She ignored her brother's question and just looked anxiously at the weak amber. Divine Lord, what's wrong with great ancestor? Xian Yu didn't ask the question Xian Ri just asked and hurriedly ran to the amber. Xian Ri also came to his senses. He and Xian Yu ran to Hupe at the same time and knelt down. Great ancestor, great ancestor. Ha! Hupe woke up and waved his hand to stop the other three from going forward to help him up. He propped himself up and sat cross-legged on the ground. The restriction has been broken. You can all leave. His face was pale, and even supporting himself was strenuous. However, he was still arrogant and confident. Great ancestor, come with us. Xian Miao shouted. Xian Ri and Xian Yu nodded repeatedly. Hupe laughed, I can't get out. Xian Miao was startled. Wasn't the artifact spirit of the Immortal Palace killed by great ancestor? Since the restriction has been broken, why can't great ancestor leave? Hupe raised his hand, the bracelet on his wrist was still shining brightly. Just now when you purified my bloodline, I was able to use your body to unleash more than half of my strength. Now that the 6 Dao palaces have been destroyed, and the seals outside have been broken, how could the 6 Dao palaces be the only thing that imprison me? Is there no other way? Even if there is a way, how could they allow it? Hupe smiled and looked up at the sky. Mo Tiange didn't know how they felt, but she had never felt the existence of the heavenly Tao as clearly as she did at this moment. Thinking of Hupe's fate, she couldn't help but remember what her master once said, they were all God's puppets. The three Qilins were silent for a long time before they heard Xian Yu murmur, if we knew this would happen, so what if we were trapped here for the rest of our lives? In the end, we even implicated great ancestor. You're too soft-hearted. Hupe sighed and said, your big brother's intelligence isn't good enough, but your temperament isn't good enough. You two can't win against your little sister. They all had 10th rank great demons protecting them, but they didn't notice that she was right beside them. Moreover, the the two people they trusted the most were now her confidants. Hoopa smiled and looked at Enrich, who was guarding Xian Miao, and Ye, who walked over and saluted him. However, it didn't matter. They were all his descendants, so it didn't matter who won. Grandpa Divine Sovereign, what did you say? Xian Ri was still confused. Jing Hu and Jing Tao looked at each other and sighed at the same time. They all lost. Divine Sovereign's words clearly meant that he supported Third Princess to ascend to the throne. They didn't expect that after fighting for thousands of years, they didn't lose to each other, but to Third Princess, who they never expected to lose. Who would have thought that? That Third Princess, who always stayed out of trouble, would have such a scheming mind. Forget it. Hoopa pulled himself together and said seriously, there's not much time left. I have something to say to you. Remember every word, understand? The three were startled and asked Xian Miao, Great Ancestor, what do you mean? The 6 Dao Palace isn't that easy to deal with. Hoopa smiled. He always had a smile on his face, as if all these were nothing. However, the words that came out of his mouth were filled with tiredness. I'm already at the end of my rope, and I'm about to pass away. Everyone was stunned. After a while, the 3 Chilans cried out in sorrow, Great Ancestor. The other demon cultivators also had sorrowful expressions. What are you all doing? As the person involved, Hoopa's face was calm. I've been trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years, and I've long been tired of it. I can't be free, so what if I have an endless lifespan? Today, I'll perish together with the 6 Dao Palace. It's a release. Xian Yu was sad. If it weren't for us, Great Ancestor wouldn't, no need to say more. Hoopa raised his hand and stopped him from blaming himself. Don't waste time. Xian Yu couldn't hide his sorrow, but he obediently stopped talking. Hoopa flicked his finger and an invisible barrier appeared around them. He said, Don't ask me about what I've done. This isn't something you can interfere with at your level. Even I'm just a moth flying into a flame. It's futile. Great Ancestor, Xian Ri asked in confusion, if that's the case, why did you do it? Hoopa smiled bitterly and didn't answer. He continued, These days, I've heard about the current situation. I'm afraid that the world will be in chaos again. Again. Xian Miao noticed that he said the word again. Hoopa nodded slowly. You probably don't know this, but after a few 100,000 years, the world will be in chaos. Living beings will be plunged into misery and suffering. When the chaos reaches a certain level, the world will be destroyed and all living beings will be wiped out. Ah, the 3 of them exclaimed. Xian Yu first thought of the old age and immemorial age that he had heard of when he was traveling in Yunzhong. The end of these 2 periods was accompanied by a great upheaval. Was there no one who was spared? Xian Miao asked. My Shumi Si doesn't participate in the disputes of the world. This time, I found a clue and came to find Great Ancestor's estate. That's why I came into conflict with the human cultivators. It wasn't intentional. Of course there is. Hoopa said, before I was imprisoned, the world was already in chaos. In order to leave behind a trace of my bloodline, I went to the Southern Sea and created a small world there. That is your Shumi Si. Ah! Xian Miao exclaimed softly. She didn't expect the Shumi Si to come about like this. Living beings with deep fated opportunities can avoid such a fate. They can survive until the beginning of the next era and reproduce again. Hoopa said, this time, when you go back, don't leave Shumi Si again unless the world is at peace again. Great Ancestor. The 3 of them were sad. Hoopa continued, I understand your current predicament. Previously, I have already modified Xian Miao's body. She is now a real Qilin. Next, I will modify both of your bodies. Remember, when disaster strikes, you must work together and not fight among yourselves. Yes. Xianri and Xianyu lowered their heads and agreed. They had been fighting against each other for so many years. In fact, they were no longer as eager for the throne as they were in the beginning. Most of them didn't want the other party to succeed the throne. Now that Xian Miao was the first to gain the favor of their great ancestor, they didn't feel so unsatisfied. Alright, let's begin. Hoopa said faintly and made a hand seal. 2 drops of blood flew out of the space between his eyebrows and slowly entered the space between Xianri and Xianyu's eyebrows. They groaned, and the pure Qilin bloodline set off huge waves in their bodies. Hoopa flicked his fingers again and the barrier was broken. He looked at Jinghu and Jingtao. Come here. Jinghu and Jingtao stepped forward and kowtowed. Lord Divine Sovereign. Hoopa said, they are purifying their bloodline. Protect them well. Jinghu and Jingtao were both surprised and happy. Yes, Junior will obey. Hoopa waved them away and looked at Imo Tienga and Qin Shi. And you too. Imo Tienga was surprised. She pointed at herself and Qin Shi. Us? Hoopa nodded. The 2 of them stepped forward and sat down in front of Hoopa at his signal. Hoopa once again cast a soundproof barrier, but he just looked at them without saying anything. Senior, if you have any orders, please don't hesitate to tell us, Qin Shi said. Hoopa looked at him and suddenly said, the vermilion bird's breath on that bird came from you, right? Qin Shi was stunned. He then nodded and admitted, yes. Hoopa asked again, where did your vermilion bird's breath come from? Qin Shi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Imo Tienga. His vermilion bird's breath was related to their fated encounters, and at the same time, it was related to the azure dragon's breath, so he had to tell them both. Imo Tienga nodded at him to show that she had no objections. For an existence like Hoopa, their fated encounters were nothing. He himself was a divine beast. The divine beast's breath that cultivators in the world yearned for even in their dreams wasn't worth mentioning to him. Qin Shi said, I'll have to start from my wife's experience. He told him about Imo Tienga's journey, how she obtained the Fuxing sword, how he went to Yunzhong, how the 2 of them entered the Immortal Palace in the returning ruined sea, how they found the Vermilion Bird sacrificial temple, and so on. I see. Hoopa looked at them and sighed. You were really lucky to be able to find the 5 spirits sacrificial temple. Judging from his tone, he obviously knew about the existence of the 5 spirits sacrificial temple. Imo Tienga hastily asked, Senior knows. Are the 5 spirit sacrificial temples really connected? N. Hoopa said, the sacrificial temples have existed for a very long time. After the ancient era was destroyed, no one knew about them. It wasn't until our world was on the verge of being destroyed that people discovered them. Imo Tienga impatiently asked, then does Senior know about the origin of these sacrificial temples and what kind of secrets they contain? This time, Hoopa was silent for a long time. It was only when they were about to lose their patience that they heard him say softly, these 5 sacrificial temples hide a huge secret. Chapter 6:12. They had long guessed there must be a secret in these 5 temples, but they didn't expect they would confirm the existence of this secret under such circumstances. Imo Tienga suppressed the excitement in her heart. Senior, may I ask what the secret is? Hoopa chuckled and his face became even paler. I don't know. Both of them were dumbfounded. Since he didn't know, how could he say it was a big secret? Was he playing with them? Hoopa's gaze was distant. After a long time, he said slowly, do you know why I stayed in the human world? Do you know why I disobeyed my superior's will and was imprisoned? Both of them shook their heads. Hoopa said, it was because of one person. Both of them were dumbfounded. Because of one person. This secret was originally discovered by him, but he didn't survive, so I was the only one left. Hoopa lowered his gaze and didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he continued, when I was young, I was very active. As soon as I could transform, I went everywhere to play. We divine beasts were blessed by nature. We were born with extraordinary strength and could transform after a bit of cultivation. At that time, although I had already transformed, I was still young and didn't understand the dangers of the world. Whether it was Tao cultivators, devil cultivators, or Buddhist cultivators, they all dreamed of subduing a divine beast, and a weak young divine beast like me was their best choice. When I was desperate and was about to be forced into a spiritual beast contract, a child saved me and sent me back to my parents. He smiled. He was the only one who didn't have any intentions of subduing me. Many years later, he became a great cultivator at the peak of the human world, but he still didn't want to subdue me. We were always best friends. As long as we said a word, we would go through fire and water for each other. Mo Tiange was fascinated by his story. Seeing that he stopped, she couldn't help but ask, what happened next? What happened to this senior? Hupit smiled bitterly and said, later, the human world was in chaos. Evil thoughts grew in people's hearts and they went on expeditions for their own interests. There was almost no pure land in the world. He saw this and was very worried. If this continued, the human world would become hell and the whole world would collapse. He searched everywhere for a solution, until one day, he came to me and told me that he might have discovered a huge secret. And then? Mo Tiange asked impatiently. Hupis said, at that time, I didn't have the slightest bit of interest in the affairs of humans. We divine beasts, when our cultivation reaches a certain level, will ascend, and we don't belong to the human world. Moreover, he was about to go through the tribulation, so no matter how chaotic the world was, it had nothing to do with us. He paused, closed his eyes, and said with a pained expression, I just didn't expect that after he left that time, he never came back. Ah! Mo Tiange exclaimed softly. Isn't that senior going to ascend soon? Who can take his life? Hupit took a few deep breaths until his breathing calmed down. He then said, I don't know. I only know that he died in a chaotic battle. In our era, there were many powerful cultivators, and many of them were facing ascension. He was strong, but he was not the only one. He paused for a moment. After he died, I began to finish what he hadn't finished. But it was too late. Not only was I unable to stop the destruction of heaven and earth, but I was also imprisoned here by the immortal realm because I disobeyed the orders of my superiors. So that's what happened. Mo Tiange never expected that Hupo was imprisoned for such a reason. No wonder he was very friendly to humans. Even though he knew Xian Yu was hostile to them, he didn't want to kill them. Hupe continued, he left too suddenly. There were many things he didn't have time to tell me. I only knew the approximate location of the sacrificial temple. However, I firmly remember one sentence he said. What did he say? The two of them hastily asked. Hupis said word by word, he said this was a gamble, an unprecedented gamble. If he won, the human world would have a chance to survive. A gamble, Mo Tiange murmured. A huge secret, a gamble. Could it be the reason for the world's great chaos and the method to solve it? During the hundreds of thousands of years I was imprisoned here, I often recalled everything that happened in the past. I think it's most likely the case. Hupa sighed deeply. Unfortunately, I can't personally unravel this riddle. The two of them were moved. They understood the meaning behind Hupo's words. Sure enough, Hupa said, are you willing to continue doing this in my place? The two of them didn't answer immediately. Although they had always wanted to find the answer, what Hoopa said was beyond their imagination. Senior, Chin-shi asked cautiously after pondering for a long time, even almighty people like you can't find the answer. Can we? Hoopa smiled. I can't answer this question. I can only tell you that before this world collapses, the upper realm won't interfere with you saving yourselves unless you're like me and deliberately rebel against them. Hoopa said faintly, my descendants have already made arrangements. This matter doesn't benefit me at all. Whether you want to do it or not, it's up to you. Mo Tiange thought for a while then asked, Senior, why don't you let your descendants do this? Hoopa said, I told you, we divine beasts are actually very lazy. This is the human world, and you humans are the ones in charge. We don't need to take the lead. As for you, if I didn't happen to notice that you have divine beasts' breaths on you and probably have some relationship with the 5-spirit sacrificial temple, I wouldn't have told you these things. Mo Tiange and Chin-shi looked at each other. They had to admit that Hoopa's words moved them. If the world was really in chaos and a sign of destruction, this was what they had to do. Okay. Chin-shi nodded solemnly. We agree to this matter. Hoopa smiled and spread his hands. A ball of light slowly gathered in his palms. He said, these are all my memories of this matter. Among them are the locations of all the sacrificial temples. I think they'll be helpful to you. He let go of his hands. The ball of light fluttered, scattered into light spots, and flew into their heads. A lot of ideas suddenly appeared in their heads. Some of them even had special incantations and mental cultivation techniques that were extremely brilliant and far superior to similar incantations in the world. They were delighted and sincerely thanked Hoopa. Thank you for your gift, Senior. Hoopa waved his hand. I can only do what I can. You still have to rely on yourselves. He flicked his fingers to remove the soundproof barrier and said to Xian Miao, Girl, come here. Mo Tiange and Chin-shi bowed again then retreated to give Xian Miao their place. Xian Ri and Xian Yu were still unconscious. It was unknown how long it would take to purify their bloodlines. Great Ancestor. Xian Miao respectfully knelt in front of Hoopa. There's something I need to tell you. Please tell me, Great Ancestor. Hoopa looked up at Mo Tiange and Chin-shi and said, those two promised to do something for me, so don't make things difficult for them. If possible, try to help them. Yes. Xian Miao didn't hesitate. Hoopa looked at her and sighed deeply. After a long time, he said, one of your two brothers is too childish and lacks intelligence, while the other has intelligence but no desire for power. Neither of them is an ideal monarch. As for you, whether it's intelligence or scheming, you're not bad. I'm afraid the future of Shumi-si will be handed over to you. Xian Miao said, I'm indebted to Great Ancestor. I'm confident that Shumi-si will safely pass this crisis. Hoopa didn't smile. He stared at her without blinking. Are you sure? What you've encountered is one of the few disasters since the beginning of the world. Although there's Shumi-si, it's not necessarily foolproof. Under his gaze, Xian Miao didn't flinch at all. She said firmly, Xian Miao understands, and I'm sure I'll do my best. Good, good. Hoopa smiled. Since that's the case, I can go with peace of mind. Xian Miao knew this was unavoidable, so she kowtowed and said with a sad expression, Great Ancestor. With a smile on his face, Hoopa's gaze swept over her, Xian Ri and Xian Yu, Jing Hu and Jing Tao, Ni Qi and Ye, Mo Tiange and Chin-shi. His gaze was still moving, but his elegant figure in white slowly faded until it disappeared without a trace. In mid-air, a silver ring fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Without a target to imprison, it had completed its mission and quickly dimmed down. Seeing Xian Miao pick up the silver ring, everyone had mixed feelings. When they entered the Immortal Palace and saw Hupo for the first time, he was so handsome and elegant. Unexpectedly, after only half a month, he ended up like this. In the silence, Xian Ri and Xian Yu woke up and moaned. At this moment, strange power surged in their bodies, and their strength increased a lot. As long as they could digest this power, they could break through to the 9th rank. Xian Ri sat up and looked at them in confusion. What's wrong with you guys? Big brother. Xian Miao took a deep breath, controlled her emotions, and said softly, Great ancestor left. Xian Ri was stunned. He looked in front of her and saw that the place where Hupo originally sat was now empty. The 6th Dao Palace was destroyed by Hupo, and the restrictions around it were swept away. There was no sea of clouds or boundless pool, only a dry hole in the ground. The 2 of them and the 7 demons were all injured, so they simply rested on the spot. Then Mo Tiange and Qin Shi found Little Feng and Fairy Fengqing in the ruins of the 6th Dao Palace. They were both seriously injured, probably because they were torn apart when the space was destroyed. Half a month later, when most of their injuries were healed, they said goodbye to each other. Fellow Taoists. Xian Miao walked towards them and bowed to greet them. With Hupo's affirmation, Xian Ri, Xian Yu, Jing Tao, and Jing Hu all recognized her status, so she was in high spirits now. 3rd Princess. Mo Tiange called her that while thinking, Xian Ri, Xian Yu. This 3rd princess should be called Xian Xing. Why is she called Xian Miao? Xian Miao didn't know what she was thinking, so she said kindly, You can just call me Xian Miao. Calling me 3rd princess is too distant. Mo Tiange thought again, we're already quite distant. Although she didn't have any bad feelings towards Xian Miao, she still instinctively kept her distance. She didn't want to get too close to such a scheming person, using her brain was too tiring. Did she seem to have infected Hupo's laziness? Xian Miao said, We're going back to Shumisi. What are your plans? Qin Shi said, We're also going back. Xian Miao nodded, took out something from her sleeve, and handed it to Mo Tiange. Great Ancestor ordered us to help you as much as possible. This is the token of our Qilin clan. If you have time in the future, you can come to Shumisi for a gathering. This token was a glowing shell that contained abundant spiritual aura. It was something they had never seen in their lives. Mo Tiange put it away and cupped her hands. Thank you, Princess Xian Miao. Xian Miao smiled and said goodbye. See you later. See you. Under Xian Miao's lead, the demons left the cave. In just a moment, everyone was gone. Chapter 6:13. Let's go. Qin Shi said. Okay. Mo Tiange turned around and looked at Fairy Fengqing. Fellow Taoist Fengqing, what about you? Do you want to leave with us? Fairy Fengqing's face was pale. After a moment of silence, she nodded. Okay. The 3 of them packed up, took out their flying magic weapons, and left the island. Mo Tiange had already put Little Feng into the virtual sky world. Considering they were all injured, the 3 of them didn't fly fast. After flying for half a day, they found an island to rest. Several days later, they sensed many beast cultivators flying in the distance. Some were high level and some were low. Presumably, Xian Miao and the others took away all the beast cultivators who attacked Bishuan Court. According to Hupe, these beast cultivators would return to Shumisi and wouldn't easily enter the world to avoid the disaster of the human world, so they naturally wouldn't come to the Eastern Sea again. As she thought about it, Mo Tiange suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Qin Shi glanced at her and asked casually. She said, "I'm laughing at us for being too lucky. When we went to Fengsha City in the far west, we accidentally found the storehouse. When we came to the Eastern Sea, we accidentally solved the problem. Now, the beast cultivators have left the Eastern Sea and are no longer enemies with the Celestial Pole. Don't you think we've made a great contribution?" "Of course." She smiled. "This is much more difficult than guarding the Eastern Sea and preventing the beast cultivators from invading. It saves the Immortal Alliance a lot of manpower and resources. Will there be a lot of rewards?" Seeing her expectant look, she smiled and stroked her head. "Probably." Mo Tiange said, "Then let's go back and enter closed-door meditation after receiving the rewards, okay? We've been running around since we formed our nascent souls, so it's time to enter closed-door meditation." He thought for a moment. "The Immortal Alliance will probably approve of our great contribution. That's good. I've been feeling a lot these days. If I can enter closed-door meditation for 30 to 50 years, I should be able to advance to the middle stage," she said confidently. She smiled. Many nascent soul cultivators are stuck in the early stage their whole lives. "Are you that confident?" "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" Mo Tiange looked proud. "And, we're only one phoenix crown grass away to concoct the extreme pure golden pill. If we can concoct the pill, we'll have more confidence in advancing to the middle stage. That's not difficult. Let's return to the Immortal Alliance and hand in the mission. That's the request for the reward." All right, the two of them talked for a while before Mo Tiange called out to Fairy Fengqing, "Fellow Taoist Fengqing, let's rest here for the night, okay?" Fengqing had been adjusting her qi circulation with her eyes closed. She didn't even open her eyes at this time. She only responded slowly, "Okay." Right after she finished speaking, Mo Tiange took out the 10,000 miles lone boat from her robe and pulled Qi's hand inside. Only then did Fairy Fengqing open her eyes and raise her head. Under the setting sun, there was only her lonely figure on the island. The next day, Mo Tiange and Fairy Fengqing didn't leave the small boat until the sun was high up in the sky. On this day, after flying for half a day, when it was almost dusk, he found a small island to rest on. Fortunately, there were many islands here. Otherwise, how could they rest so casually? This time, they didn't even ask for permission. They casually greeted Fairy Fengqing and entered the boat again. The moon rose and the sun set. With the sound of the waves, Fairy Fengqing sat silently in the darkness with her eyes open. After a long time, she turned her head to look at the small boat parked on the beach. Magic weapons were naturally soundproof, but she seemed to hear that frivolous and lively voice. She sat silently for a long time. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, she finally stood up and walked to the side of the boat. When the red lotus appeared in her hand, it caused slight spiritual aura fluctuations in the surroundings. Fairy Fengqing looked hesitant, but in the end, she finally clenched her teeth and pointed at the red lotus. Countless petals flew out and formed a complicated pattern around the small boat. Then she touched the space between her eyebrows, forcing a drop of blood essence to drip on the red lotus. Buzz! With a clear sound, the red lotus shone brilliantly. There seemed to be an invisible pulling force, causing all the petals on the ground to fly up and dance around the small boat in a strange rhythm. Fairy Fengqing didn't feel too satisfied, so she forced another drop of blood essence to melt into the red lotus. The red lotus shone even brighter, and the petals also danced even more crazily. Fairy Fengqing put her hands together, put her index finger together, and pointed at the space between her eyebrows. Then she shouted in a low voice, "Break!" An indescribable force firmly encircled the small boat, squeezing it hard. "Qi!" a somewhat ear-piercing sound rang out. The top of the small boat was slowly elongated, and the bottom protruded inconceivably like an olive. The material of the 10,000-li canoe was black iron heartwood, which was extremely tough and hard to be invaded by spells. But she actually pulled it into this shape, which showed how terrifying the red lotus magic weapon in her hand was. Fairy Fengqing was a bit dissatisfied. If her red lotus hadn't been seriously damaged when the Six Paths Palace broke the restriction, it would have long crushed the boat into powder. How could this be so troublesome? Humph. It was said that Qin Shoujing was extremely quick-witted, but it was nothing more than this. Thinking of this, Fairy Fengqing paused for a moment, and her mind immediately became alert. Not good. She immediately abandoned the small boat, stepped on the red lotus, and was about to fly away. Fellow Daoist Fengqing, where are you going in such a hurry? A person in fluttering white clothes stood in her way, holding a fan and looking at her with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Who else could it be but Emotienge? Fairy Fengqing was shocked. Her red lotus shone, and petals swirled in the air, attacking her. Emotienge turned her right hand, and the heaven and earth fan opened. She waved it at the petals, and a net of golden lightning fell down. The petals disappeared without a trace. Fairy Fengqing was shocked. She only knew that Emotienge hadn't formed her nascent soul for long, so her realm wasn't stable, and her methods naturally couldn't compare to an experienced nascent soul cultivator like her. She didn't know that Emotienge had the heavenly tribulation thunder in her hands, and ordinary early-stage cultivators were no match for her. She didn't have much time to think. She pulled out a black cloak full of devil aura and quickly put it on. As soon as the cloak was put on, Fairy Fengqing's breath changed as if she became another person. Sure enough, you have a backup plan, Emotienge said. An umbrella painted with pink lotuses and green leaves appeared in her hand, and she slowly opened it. Under the cloak, Fairy Fengqing's eyes were gloomy. Did you deliberately lure me? Holding the umbrella in one hand and the fan in the other, Emotienge smiled warmly. Fellow Daoist, what are you talking about? We didn't say a word of falsehood. How could you say we lured you? Fairy Fengqing's eyes flickered. How could she not understand? The two of them deliberately mentioned the reward in front of her, talked about advancing to the middle stage, deliberately treated her coldly, and were affectionate in front of her. All of this was to arouse her killing intent. Qin Shi appeared behind her and said faintly, Fairy, I'd like to ask you something. If we didn't help you, how could you have escaped and how could you be standing here? Fairy Fengqing snorted coldly. Under the cover of devil aura, her originally beautiful face became gloomy and terrifying. What? Do you still think I'm indebted to you? Her face twisted. You followed me, waiting for an opportunity to snatch my treasure, and for that reason, you sent your spiritual beasts to test me. When we arrived at the Six Paths Palace, you deliberately injured me while breaking the restriction and robbed that senior divine emperor of fated chances that belonged to me. Do you think I should be grateful to you for all these? Qin Shi looked indifferent. Fated chances. What kind of fated chances do you think there are? After she woke up, she only heard that Hupu gave them a task, but she didn't know what the task was, so she took it for granted that it was a fated chance. How could a task given by a divine beast not be a fated chance? Unfortunately, her thought, which should have been taken for granted, was wrong. The task Hupu gave them wasn't a fated chance but a huge trouble. Even without us, this matter wouldn't have fallen on your head. Qin Shi didn't want to explain the task, so he only said, without us, you wouldn't even be able to enter the Six Paths Palace, let alone break the restriction. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take a step out of the Six Paths Palace until the end of your lifespan. Senior Martial Brother, what's there to explain to her? Emotienge said, look at her. Does she look like someone who listens to explanations? Fairy Fengqing snorted coldly in an appropriate manner. Mo Tiange stared at her indifferently. Yes, we did it on purpose. Who told you to always be hostile to us? You even wanted to kill us. If we let you go back to Kunwu, wouldn't we be creating an enemy for no reason? At that moment, her eyes were also filled with murderous intent. We gave you a chance. If you obediently followed us back to Kunwu, we would have let you go. Unfortunately. Should I thank you for the chance? Fairy Fengqing let out a strange laugh. Right now, she was already controlled by anger. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Qin, she sighed. A dazzling sword light slowly flew out of his sleeve. At the same time, Mo Tiange also raised her heaven and earth fan. Just as they were about to attack each other, the cloak on Fairy Fengqing's body flashed, and the black aura suddenly exploded. Boom! With a loud explosion, flesh and blood flew everywhere. A shadow dashed out at an unimaginably fast speed. Even though she used her trump card and temporarily recovered her strength, Fairy Fengqing wasn't arrogant enough to think she could escape safely. The only way was to explode her body and escape with her nascent soul. After she used the devil transformation, the power of her body's explosion was much greater than usual. With the force of this explosion, she believed her nascent soul could safely escape back to the sect. At that time, raging flames with the aura of burning everything came head-on. The nascent soul's small face showed a horrified expression before it was drowned by the flames. After swallowing the burning nascent soul, Little Feng shook its body and changed back to its human form, showing a disdainful expression. Stupid. Of course we have to kill people. I've been guarding against you for a long time. It flew back with a smile. Master, Madam, Little Feng didn't let you down. Mo Tiange also closed the lotus umbrella with a smile and dusted off her sleeves. You're really stupid. How can we make a move when we're back in Kunwu? Of course, we'll solve the problem on the way. As soon as they left the Immortal Palace, they discussed how to get rid of the hidden danger, Fairy Fengqing, so they sent Little Feng back to the virtual sky world as soon as possible so it could heal quickly and follow them to wait for an opportunity. As for why they didn't directly kill Fairy Fengqing but deliberately lured her to attack them, it was because they wanted to be in the right and explain things to Tiandao's sect. They had long suspected that Fairy Fengqing lost control of her emotions so easily not only because she didn't cultivate her mental state, but also because she cultivated some kind of cultivation technique that affected her mental state. Sure enough, the method she used in the end was obviously a devil technique. It was precisely because she cultivated a devil technique that she became easily angered and couldn't control herself that she attacked them out of jealousy. Normal nascent soul cultivators wouldn't act so rashly even if they didn't cultivate their mental state. After all, there were two of them, and one of them was a middle-stage cultivator. Qin, she put the cloak that was still intact after the explosion into his Qianquan ring and said, "Let's go. We still have to think of a way to fool Lu Dingyuan when we get back." Chapter 614. Inside Tiandao's sex offering spirit hall, an aura-refining youngster was dozing off when he suddenly heard a light, pew-pew, sound. He immediately woke up with a start. He rubbed his eyes and was about to go back to sleep, but when he looked up, he saw that one of the natal lamps in the front row had been extinguished. He looked at the position of the lamp and saw that there was no more light inside. He was scared out of his wits and was at a loss for what to do. Eventually, he ran out of the hall. Martial uncle, it's bad." The foundation building steward of Offering Spirit Hall was facing Yu Shaozhu. He was a bit impatient to be disturbed. What's with all the noise? Which martial uncle had fallen? There's no need to make such a fuss. No, it's not Witch Grandmaster. The youngster panted. It's the first row, the first row. The steward was terrified. He promptly stood up and rushed into the hall. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Dequan, who stayed behind to guard the sept, received the news that Fairy Fengqin died. Several days later, Lu Dingyuan in Kuanzhong City received the news, ******** Bishuan Court's transporting formation had been destroyed. Now, there was no sign of human habitation in Linhai town, only ruins were left. Mo Tiange stood above Linhai town and sighed. A small town disappeared just like that. Qin Shi's tone was much colder. This is only the beginning. If the world is really in chaos, Mo Tiange was silent. What Hupa said was too shocking. It was related to the end of several eras since the distant past era. Now, did they also usher in the end of an era? They could only hope that Hupo's speculation wasn't true and that the world hadn't fallen into chaos yet. A dog's bark came from the ruins. A thin and small figure ran out of the ruins, followed by a wild dog. One man and one dog were fighting over a black object whose original appearance couldn't be seen. This person was thin and small. Judging from his appearance, he was only 8 or 9 years old. Facing the wild dog, which was almost as tall as him, he wasn't afraid at all. He used both his hands and feet, looking extremely fierce. There's someone else. Mo Tiange was astonished. This child was obviously a mortal and didn't have any spiritual aura on his body. It really wasn't easy for him to live until now. The wild dog swiped down with its paw, tearing off a piece of flesh from the child's leg. However, the child did not make a sound. He ferociously rushed forward and bit down on the wild dog's neck. Even though he was injured by the dog's paw, he did not let go. The wild dog's neck was bitten open, and fresh blood flowed into its throat. The child became even more ferocious. It wasn't until the wild dog's blood ran out and it gradually lost its strength that the ferocious glint in his eyes slowly weakened. When the wild dog died, he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. But after a while, he forced himself to stand up and dragged the dog's body to the edge of the water to wash away the blood. After checking it vigilantly, he returned to his nest step by step. This could really only be considered a nest. In the ruins of Waterfront City, he had built a nest with straw and bricks. After entering the kennel, he looked at the dog's corpse hungrily and wolfed down the black thing. Then, he dug out some weeds from the straw, chewed them up, and applied them to the wound. Just as he finished doing this and got up to hide the dog's corpse, the sound of someone stepping on the straw came from outside. He immediately dropped the dog's corpse, picked up a brick on the ground, and hid next to the cave. A shadow appeared at the entrance of the cave. Without looking, he lifted the brick and hit it hard. Ah! In the next moment, he cried out in pain. His hand holding the brick was caught. That person smiled, and something gently knocked his head. "Little guy, you're so ruthless. Someone's here." The child widened his eyes in shock. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the smiling young woman holding a fan in front of him. The thing that knocked his head just now was that colorful fan. Fairy! Fairy! As soon as he regained his freedom, the child knelt down and kowtowed desperately. "Fairy, please save me. Fairy, please save me." "Get up first," Mo Tiange said. The child was excited for a while before he finally stood up. Mo Tiange looked him up and down. He was dark and thin. She couldn't see his appearance, but his eyes were full of vitality. His whole body was drenched in blood, and some of his wounds had even begun to fester. She wrinkled her brows and asked, "Does it hurt?" The child was stunned. Thinking about how he often snatched food from the mouth of wild dogs these days, his eyes were filled with tears. He was struggling to survive all the time, so he didn't have time to think about this kind of question. Now that someone asked him so gently, he couldn't control his tears. It hurts. He sobbed and wiped away the tears that fell from his eyes. Emotienge sighed and gently waved her hand. A cloud of water vapor wrapped him up. The child only felt very comfortable. When he woke up, he didn't feel any pain at all. He looked down and saw that there were no wounds on his body. There wasn't even a scar. He was so happy that he promptly knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, fairy. Thank you, fairy. Get up." She swung her sleeves and lifted him up. "Answer a few questions for me." The child nodded while sobbing. "Fairy, please ask. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents and relatives?" The child said, "Fairy, I have no parents and relatives for a long time. I'm an orphan." This answer wasn't surprising. Judging from the way this child fought with wild wolves for food, he definitely wasn't raised by a happy family. Emotienge continued to ask, "Why are you alone here? Where are the other mortals? Are they all dead?" The child said, "Since those sea monsters suddenly appeared, a lot of people died. Later, I heard that immortals came to the west of the mountain, so those sea monsters didn't continue to hurt people. Those who were still alive all went to the immortals through their connections. I am young, and I'm also a little beggar. They didn't call me, so I didn't have time." "I see." Emotienge sighed. "Are there other people? Don't tell me you're the only one left." The child shook his head. "There were a few people a few days ago, but I haven't seen them in the past few days." Emotienge nodded. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, the conditions were so bad that not many people could survive until now. "Fairy," seeing that Emotienge didn't speak for a long time, the child said anxiously, "Please take me with you. I'll do anything for you. I can do any kind of rough work." Was he worried that she would leave him behind? Emotienge stared at him and said, "I don't need a manservant." "Tea then." Before he could finish, he heard her say, "You have dual spiritual roots of wood and fire, and you have a firm will. You're a very good seedling for cultivation. Let me ask you, are you willing to go back to Xianqing school with me to seek immortality?" The child opened his mouth and stared at her blankly. Emotienge smiled. "What? You don't want to?" The child seemed to wake up from a dream. He knelt down and kowtowed desperately. "Thank you, fairy. Thank you, fairy. Oh, no, thank you, master. Thank you, master." "Wait," Emotienge said, "I'm just taking you to the school. Whether we're fated to be master and disciple depends on the future." "Oh," the child answered blankly. "What's your name?" Emotienge had always liked obedient children. "My name is Xiaoyang." "Okay. Xiaoyang, come with me." "Yes, fairy." She led the child out of the ruins. She was already waiting in front. "How was it? Is there anyone else?" she asked. She shook his head with a sigh. "No." Emotienge went to look for the child, so he flew around the surrounding area. Unfortunately, there were no other survivors. "Then let's go." Emotienge didn't feel conflicted. Finding one was already good enough. She nodded and summoned his flying cloud. Fairy Fengqing destroyed the 10,000-li canoe, so they could only rely on themselves now. Alas, nascent soul cultivators should have the air of nascent soul cultivators. Without a portable Immortal's cave magic weapon, they'd be too embarrassed to go out. Master had a cloud carriage in the gazebo, Fairy Fengqing had a thatched hut, and the only thing they had was a 10,000-li canoe. They could barely use it to show off, but now they had nothing else. They rushed to Kuinjong City, travel-worn. Seeing that the sky above Kuinjong City was full of all kinds of magnificent flying boats and flying cars, Mo Tiange said enviously, "When are we going to buy a flying boat from the sect? It'll definitely be very impressive when we go out." Qin Shi cast a glance at her with a smile. As a nascent Soul Lord Daoist, you can mobilize the flying boat at will. Why do we need to buy one? Mo Tiange said, "The sect's flying boat is always different from our own." Qin Shi shook his head and said, "On the surface, you look the same as those sect cultivators who started as elite disciples, but on the inside, you're completely different. You can do what you can for the sect, but you can't trust it wholeheartedly." Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. Does he mean I have some reservations in my heart? Qin Shi landed on the platform under the guidance of the welcoming cultivators. Someone came to greet them. Martial Uncle Shoujing, Martial Uncle Qingwei. The two of them saw that it was Han Qingyu. Qingyu. Qin Shi showed a rare smile. How have you been? Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle Shoujing. Master, Grandmaster, and the others are all doing well, Han Qingyu answered with a smile. Mo Tiange wanted to call her senior martial sister Han out of habit, but she felt it was inappropriate, so she smiled at her as a greeting. Martial uncles, since you've returned safely, you should quickly go see Grandmaster. Grandmaster didn't say anything when you lost contact with him these days, but he was actually quite worried. All right. Go do what you need to do. Qin Shi was about to leave, but he suddenly remembered something and pointed at Xiaoyang, who was hiding behind Mo Tiange. We saved this child in the Eastern Sea. His spiritual roots are quite good, so I'll leave him to you for the time being. Han Qingyu carefully looked at Xiaoyang, then nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Martial Uncle. After Qin Shi and Mo Tiange left, Han Qingyu reached out to hold his hand, but Xiaoyang looked vigilant and kept his hand behind his back. Han Qingyu smiled, then lowered her body and asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" Xiaoyang stared at her vigilantly for a while before answering. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Don't you have a surname? Han Qingyu was puzzled. Xiaoyang turned his head and watched their backs as they left. He said, My surname is Mo, eh? Han Qingyu was surprised. Xiaoyang turned back and said seriously, "Can I say my surname is Mo?" Han Qingyu looked at his serious expression and said gently, "Of course you can. What surname do you want? You can decide." Xiaoyang finally showed a small smile. His eyes once again followed their backs. "Elder sister, you call them martial uncles. Are they very powerful?" "Of course. They're the Grand Supreme Elders of Xianqing School, the best cultivators in the world." "Ah," Xiaoyang said in a daze, then can I become their disciple?" Seeing his serious expression, Han Qingyu stroked his head and said with a smile, "Then you have to work hard." Chapter 6:15. You actually came back alive. Lord Daoist Jinghe said, but his tone was gratified. Lord Daoist Jinyang looked at them and said with a smile, "After Fingning came back, she said you were surrounded by demonic cultivators. Junior Martial Brother Jinghe and I were a little worried. Fortunately, you came back safely." Qin Shi answered, "Senior Martial Brother Jinyang, thank you for your concern. Although we had some surprises on this trip, we weren't in any danger." Lord Daoist Jinyang smiled. "From the looks of it, not only were you not in danger, but you also gained a lot, right?" Qin Shi smiled. "We didn't get anything, but we brought back a piece of news." He told them about his experience in the Eastern Sea, about the 6 Dao palaces and Hupo's origins, and the shocking news Hupo told him. After listening to him, Lord Daoist Jinghe and Lord Daoist Jinyang weren't shocked at all. Master, Senior Marshal Brother Xinjiang, aren't you surprised? Mo Tiange asked. Lord Daoist Jinghe smiled and looked at her. Girl, did you forget what I told you about the distant past and the Middle Ages? Mo Tiange was stunned. She recalled that her deepest impression of the distant past and the Middle Ages came from her master's explanation. Lord Daoist Jinghe continued, we old guys have long felt that the end of the distant past and the Middle Ages was very strange. Now that you said that, we understood. Lord Daoist Jinyang nodded. Yes. However, when you said there was a divine beast suppressed in the human world, it still scared us. Unfortunately, this senior has passed away, otherwise, we would have gone to ask for advice. Mo Tiange said, I didn't talk about the sacrificial temple in detail before. To tell you the truth, my several fated chances are more or less related to the sacrificial temple. Even my natal magic weapon has a deep relationship with the Azure Dragon. She told the two lords Daoist Jinghe in detail about her foundation building, her chance encounter with the Azure Dragon at the sacrificial temple, and her recent encounter with the White Tiger at the sacrificial temple in the far west. They had heard some of these things before, but because it involved fated chances, they didn't ask much. Now that they heard Mo Tiange from beginning to end, Lord Daoist Jinyang couldn't help but sigh. Everything is predestined. These sacrificial temples have existed for many years, and only a few people know about them, but you ran into them one by one. Now that you've met this senior divine beast and learned the cause and effect, I think this matter is destined to fall on you. Mo Tiange said, if this matter is related to the destruction of the human world, we'll naturally do our best. However, this is a very important matter. Even a powerful senior who was close to ascending couldn't do it. How can the two of us do it? Lord Daoist Jinyang smiled and waved his hand. It's not the two of you, it's the entire Xianqing school. You have to remember that you're Xianqing school's nascent soul Dao Lord. No matter what happens, Xianqing school will stand behind you. Mo Tiange also knew about this, but when Lord Daoist Jinyang said it, it had a different meaning. She couldn't help but recall what Qin Shi said to her just now. She could do anything for the sect, but she could not trust it wholeheartedly. And a long time ago, he had once said that disciples like him, who had grown up in the sect, had different feelings for the sect than she did. She began to reflect on her feelings for the sect. What did she lack in the end? Just like Qin Shi said, she was willing to do what she could for the sect. If the sect was in trouble, she would stand firmly on the sect's side. No matter how long she wandered outside, she would always want to come back because there were people she cared about here. However, what belonged to the sect wasn't hers. She would only feel at ease if something belonged to her. She seemed to understand a little bit. What she lacked was a sense of security. When she was young, she kept losing things, and she also experienced running away from Yunwi's sect. Therefore, it was very hard for her to believe that the sect would support her unconditionally. Let's do it this way. In the end, Lord Daoist Jinyang made his decision. This matter is over. You don't have to stay in Kuanzhong City anymore. From now on, you can only focus on this matter. Mo Tiange regained her senses and asked, Senior Marshal Brother Jinyang, isn't our cultivation level a bit too low? Lord Daoist Jinghe laughed and scolded, Girl, you think you don't have time to cultivate and want to take advantage of the situation, right? Mo Tiange smiled. Master, don't talk nonsense. The higher my cultivation level, the more confident I'll be in this matter. What Qingwei said also makes sense. Lord Daoist Jinyang stroked his beard and smiled. In my opinion, this matter itself can't be rushed. We're still not sure whether the world is really in chaos, so we have to observe for some time. What Senior Marshal Brother Jinyang said makes sense. Qin Shi nodded in agreement. The current situation is indeed quite difficult, but it's not to the extent that the world is in chaos. At least, the order of the human world hasn't fallen into chaos yet. If we rush to do this matter and don't make sufficient preparations, we'll be the ones to suffer in the end. The other three people couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the speculation about the world being in chaos came from Hoopo's mouth, but Hoopa had never seen this world with his own eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Daoist Jinyang said, "Let's not talk about this matter for the time being so as to avoid disturbing people's hearts." The three people nodded in agreement. Lord Daoist Jinyang continued, "Shoujing and Qingwei should return to the mountain and concentrate on cultivating. First, if this matter is true, the two of you should look for the remaining temples. Second, the higher your cultivation levels, the greater your chances of survival. If there comes a day when Xianqing School is forced to get involved, we won't lose our Daoist teachings." Mo Tiange was shocked. Senior Martial Brother Jinyang, Lord Daoist Jinyang comforted her, "This is the worst-case scenario. We don't even know the current situation, so we're far from that point." Mo Tiange was also aware of this, but Lord Daoist Jinyang's words made her feel moved. Survive and leave behind their Daoist teachings for Xianqing School. She suddenly understood the feeling Qin she was talking about. The school was their biggest reliance and the one they trusted the most. "All right." Lord Daoist Jinyang smiled and stood up. "The two of you have made great contributions this time. I'll go ask for your rewards later. You should rest first." Senior Martial Brother Jinyang. Qin, she called him. "There's one more thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" "We killed Fairy Feng Qing," Qin, she said. "What?" The two Lord Daoists were surprised. Lord Daoist Jinyang asked anxiously, "Feng Qing is dead?" Qin, she nodded. "For some reason, she's always been hostile to us. Later, when we gave her some guidance, she really did try to kill us. That being the case, we killed her." Lord Daoist Jinyang sat down again. "Tell me in detail." Qin, she then took out the cloak and explained Fairy Fengqing's actions in detail to him. Lord Daoist Jinghe snorted coldly. Since she wanted to kill us, she should have made the first move to gain the upper hand. Was she supposed to wait until the knife was hanging over her head before she fought back? You did the right thing. Even if you spread the news, you'd still be in the right. Lord Daoist Jinyang's reaction was completely different. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Logically speaking, Lu Dingyuan should have received the news a long time ago. It seems he deliberately concealed it. Now that Feng Qing was dead, Tiandao sect only had 5 nascent soul cultivators left. Not to mention reclaiming the title of the #1 cultivation group in the celestial pool, Tiandao sect might be overtaken by Gujian sect if they weren't careful. Lu Dingyuan certainly didn't dare to casually announce Feng Qing's death. Besides, on the surface, Feng Qing's death had nothing to do with them. Feng Ning could prove that Fairy Feng Qing left after they took over Bishuan Court. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Daoist Jinyang lifted the cloak and said to them, "Shoujing, Qingwei, I'm afraid I can't give you this cloak." Mo Tiange and Qin, she naturally didn't object. They had the aura of divine beasts, so this kind of devil magic weapon was useless to them. Senior Martial Brother will deal with this matter first. You two can do as you please. Lord Daoist Jinyang put the cloak into his Qiankuan bag then left. Seeing Lord Daoist Jinyang leaving the courtyard, Mo Tiange asked, "Senior Martial Brother Jinyang, what do you want to do?" "Make a scene, of course." Lord Daoist Jinghe said lazily, "If they investigate, they'll probably find you. It's better to gain the initiative by striking first so old man Lu can't find trouble with you." Fine, Mo Tiange admitted that this was really a good idea. After walking out of Xianqing School's branch courtyard, Lord Daoist Jinyang adjusted his expression and strode into Wanha Pagoda in large strides. The disciples guarding Wanha Pagoda were very surprised. They muttered in their hearts, "Who made this late-stage, nascent soul cultivator so angry?" When the disciples greeted him, Lord Daoist Jinyang just grunted casually and went straight to the 6th floor without touching the ground. On the 6th floor of Wanha Pagoda, there were only 7 people present. 2 nascent soul cultivators with relatively little experience were summarizing the information from each floor. The rest of the people present were either members of the Elder Assembly or the heads of various cultivation groups. When everyone saw Lord Daoist Jinyang, they were about to greet him when they saw a black thing fall on the table. "Brother Jinyang." Feng Xiao had just called out when Lu Dingyuan, who saw what it was, changed his expression. "Lu Dingyuan." Lord Daoist Jinyang gnashed his teeth and stared at him. "Can you explain what this means?" Lu Dingyuan slowly raised his head with a gloomy expression. "I should be the one asking fellow Daoist Jinyang this question, right? Why is Feng Qing's secret treasure in your hands?" "Humph." Lord Daoist Jinyang snorted. His face was full of impatience. "Are you still pretending? Let me ask you, why didn't Feng Qing return to Tiandao's sect after completing her mission but stayed in the Eastern Sea? Why did she attack Shoujing and Qingwei when they weren't prepared?" Lu Dingyuan frowned. "So, Feng Qing was killed by Qin Shoujing and Imo Qingwei." Hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators all sucked in a cold breath. Fairy Feng Qing was dead. Didn't that mean Tiandao's sect had one less nascent soul cultivator? Moreover, it was related to Qin Shoujing and Imo Qingwei. Lord Daoist Jinyang sneered. She thought she had been in the nascent soul realm for a long time, and she plotted against him, so she would definitely succeed. Unfortunately, she underestimated others too much. Lu Dingyuan raised his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow, and he said word by word, "Su. Jinyang. Don't go too far." He sneered and said, although Feng Qing was impulsive, she wasn't a fool. She was only in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. How could she fight against Qin Shoujing, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, and Imo Qingwei was next to him? It's impossible even if you think about it with your brain. I suspect that they killed Feng Qing and reversed right and wrong. How ridiculous. Lord Daoist Jinyang didn't back down at all. As Feng Qing's senior martial brother, don't you know her temperament? She's always jealous of the strong and the talented. In the past, when she saw Miaoyi of our sect, she couldn't wait to look at him with her chin. When she saw Shoujing and Qingwei, how could she speak nicely to them? As he spoke, he turned to Feng Xiao. "Fellow Daoist Feng, have you ever heard Feng Ning talk about Feng Qing's attitude towards them?" Feng Xiao's eyes flickered, and he said flatly, "Feng Ning did say that fellow Daoist Feng Qing didn't handle things well, but it shouldn't be so serious as to kill someone, humph." Fellow Daoist Jinyang continued to sneer at Lu Dingyuan. It's impossible under normal circumstances, but it's hard to say when it comes to Feng Qing. He pointed at the cloak on the table. Her state of mind has long been distorted by cultivating demonic techniques. Chapter 6:16. After talking with Lord Daoist Jinghe for a while, Wanha Tower sent them a message, asking them to go. Lord Daoist Jinghe immediately stood up. "Let's go watch the show." Mo Tiange was speechless. "Master." So they were going to put on an act. Lord Daoist Jinghe said, "Why wouldn't we go watch the show? That old bastard Lu Dingyuan has been arrogant for 1,000 years. I've long been annoyed by him. Now that I finally have a chance to see him make a fool of himself, I must go." Mo Tiange thought, "Master, you're much more arrogant than him." Although Lu Dingyuan also cultivates devil arts, he has a stable mentality because of his identity. Usually, he only uses his power to oppress people. Who told Tiandao's sect to be so powerful? Qin, she said, if I don't let master go, how can he sit still? Yes, the three of us will go together. We'll make Lu Dingyuan so angry that he vomits blood. Lord Daoist Jinghe announced arrogantly, then led his two treasured disciples to attack the Wanhe Tower. The process couldn't be described in detail. In short, the two of them and Lord Daoist Jinyang successfully angered Lu Dingyuan until his devil aura surged and he almost couldn't control his emotions and started fighting. Then Lord Daoist Speechless and Daoist Ji rushed over and confronted them. Xianqing School and Tiandao sect started fighting. This news spread among the high-level cultivators in Kuanzhong City in less than a day. For a while, people's hearts were shaken and restless. There were 7 late-stage nascent soul cultivators in the celestial pole. Excluding Master Song Feng, who either disappeared or went on a killing spree, there were still 6 left. The 2 great sects each had 2 of them. If they really started fighting, it would be the same as turning the world upside down. At that time, it would be good enough to survive the turmoil caused by the fight between the 4 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, not to mention resisting the devil path and beast cultivators. The calmest ones were the disciples of Gujin sect and Danding school because their heads were great late-stage nascent soul cultivators. From this point of view, the effect of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator on a cultivation sect was immeasurable. It wasn't as simple as having great strength. Because of this, the nascent soul cultivators who stayed in Kuanzhong City reached a consensus. They hastily sent a message to the other 2 nascent soul cultivators, as well as Biyun sect's Ding Wan, Spirit Beast sect's Hua Lingyun, and other famous figures among the nascent soul cultivators to mediate. At this moment, Householder Heaven Herb was overseeing the demonic cultivator forest while Venerable Swordsman Yuaning was guarding Demonic Mountain. When the 2 of them received the message, they turned pale with fright and immediately rushed back to Kuanzhong City. Householder Heaven Herb arrived first. Since Kuanzhong City was close to the demonic cultivator forest, he arrived in less than half a day. Originally, Venerable Swordsman Yuaning wouldn't have been able to get there so quickly. The distance from Demonic Mountain to Kuanzhong City was more than half of Kunwu. Even if he used his wind feather sword as if his life depended on it, it would still take him 3 to 4 days to get there. Fortunately, after establishing contact with Yunzhong, the Celestial Pole also built a long-distance transmission array. Although it wouldn't be used under normal circumstances, this was obviously a special case. Venerable Swordsman Yuaning immediately activated the transmission array and returned to Kuanzhong City. Venerable Swordsman Yuaning, Householder Heaven Herb, Ding Wan, Hua Lingyun, and even Lord Daoist Wu Si of Jingfa sect, who usually didn't show up, also hurried over. For a time, all the nascent soul cultivators with a bit of reputation in the Celestial Pole rushed to Kuanzhong City like a swarm of bees. Fortunately, the war was stable now, and nascent soul cultivators were only overseeing things. Otherwise, the Immortal Alliance's line of defense would have completely collapsed. Mo Tiange knew it would be very troublesome to deal with the aftermath of killing Fairy Fengqing, but she still underestimated the extent of the trouble. Almost the entire Celestial Pole was running around for this matter. Perhaps Fairy Fengqing also didn't expect that she, who was only an ordinary nascent soul cultivator when she was alive, would cause such a big storm after her death. Xianqing School and Tiandao sect had been confronting each other in Wanhe Pagoda for 2 days. During these 2 days, aside from Lu Dequan, who was guarding the gate, Daoist Heifeng, the only remaining nascent soul cultivator of Tiandao sect, also came to Kuanzhong City. As for Xianqing School, Miaoyi and Xianyin were on their way. The 2 sides were still confronting each other. Although the cultivators of the two groups had some good personal relations, this matter was related to the rise and fall of their sects, so they could only put their personal relations aside and put the interests of their sects first. 6 against 4, Enchanting school obviously had the upper hand. This was also what Lu Dingyuan hated the most. Originally, Tiandao's sect and Enchanting school's nascent soul cultivators were 7 against 5, and they even had a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, so they had the upper hand. However, in the past 200 years, Tiandao's sect's luck wasn't good, so it became 5 against 8. If it weren't for him and Bian, who could still hold on for several hundred years, Tiandao's sect would have most likely fallen. Thinking of this, Lu Dingyuan hated them even more. Although Finching's strength wasn't good, her existence at least made the number of nascent soul cultivators in Tiandao's sect look better. The significance of her death wasn't because of the strength she represented, but because of the number she represented. The death of nascent soul cultivators one by one seemed to indicate that Tiandao's sect's inevitable decline had arrived. This cast a shadow in Lu Dingyuan's heart that was difficult to get rid of. He really couldn't tolerate Tiandao's sect falling into his hands. This was the situation when Venerable Swordsman Yuanying arrived. At the long table in the middle, Enchanting school and Tiandao's sect were sitting on one side, facing each other. The nascent soul cultivators were sitting casually on the side. Among these people, he saw Lord Daoist Wu Si, Ding Wan, Feng Shao, Waling Yun, Householder Heaven Herb. Putting aside the others, they more or less had personal relationships with the cultivators of the two great sects, so they were slightly biased. Householder Heaven Herb looked calm as if he didn't want to get involved at all. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying understood his thoughts. Danding school was almost cut off because the 6 great sects delayed the rescue. Although there wasn't any deep hatred between them, he would definitely be happy to watch a good show if the 6 great sects could fight each other. Therefore, it was impossible to count on Householder Heaven Herb to resolve the hatred between the 2 great sections. Therefore, he still had to take the field. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's face was expressionless, but he felt a bit helpless inside. He was the most impatient with worldly affairs, otherwise Gujin's sect wouldn't have appointed another Deacon Grand Supreme Elder. Unfortunately, all these things fell on his head now. Fellow Taoists. He walked forward and said, if there's anything, there's no harm in discussing it. Your 2 great sects are the pillars of the Immortal Alliance and are related to the Alliance's prosperity and decline. It's not good for you to be at daggers drawn. Although his tone was cold, his meaning was still conveyed very clearly. Upon seeing him, the expressions on both sides eased up. Among nascent soul cultivators, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying was a peculiar existence. He wasn't like Lu Dingyuan and Lord Daoist Xinyang, who were astute and tactful. He also wasn't like Ding Wan and Feng Shao, who had a lot of friends. He didn't care about anything else and only cared about his sword, but no one dared to look down on him. He had almost no friends, but everyone respected him. Because he didn't fight and because he didn't care, he was actually the most upright person. According to rumors, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying had been self-disciplined all his life and had never done anything biased. He wouldn't be partial even to his own disciples. No one had ever objected to what he said. In short, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's character was like a shining signboard in the celestial pole. Almost everyone believed he would stand on the most just side. Lu Dingyuan's anger hadn't subsided yet, so he said stiffly, Fellow Daoist Yuanying, it's good that you're here. I hope Enchanting school can give us an explanation about this matter. Humph. Before Venerable Swordsman Yuanying could speak, Lord Daoist Xinyang already said angrily, how ridiculous. It's clearly me who wants an explanation from you. When did it become us giving you an explanation? Su Xinyang, do you want to be the one to complain? Lord Daoist Xinyang retorted sarcastically, I thought you were covered in dirt and wouldn't be able to wash yourself clean even if you were thrown into the Eastern Sea. Do you think you're a good person? You too. Venerable swordsman Yuanying spoke. His voice was still cold, but he successfully stopped the two great late nascent soul cultivators and the leaders of the two great sects from arguing. He said, if you keep arguing, you won't solve anything except for wasting time. The two of them were silent for a while, then said in unison, what do you think we should do? Venerable swordsman Yuanying looked up and swept his gaze over the two silent people. He said, if you accept my mediation, each of you tell me what happened. Lord Daoist Jinyang and Lu Dingyuan glared at each other, then both agreed. Okay. Lord Daoist Jinyang knew when to stop. He struck first to gain the upper hand, so he could speak in a reasonable manner. As for Lu Dingyuan, although he was furious, he wasn't a fool. Since Fengqing was dead and Tiandao's sect insisted on opposing Xianqing school, it wouldn't benefit Tiandao's sect at all. It would be better for them to resolve this grudge under Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's mediation for the time being and train their troops for further development. However, Tiandao's sect's face had to be preserved, so Su Jinyang shouldn't try to invert right and wrong. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's gaze shifted between the two of them and said, since Fengqing was killed, fellow Daoist Lu, please speak first. Lu Dingyuan nodded and said, fellow Daoists all know that Tiandao's sect has few talented people now. For the sake of the Immortal Alliance, Junior Marshal Brother Bayan and I have been stationed here for a long time, leaving only Lu Dequan and Fengqing in the sect. Not long ago, the Eastern Sea changed and beast cultivators invaded. Bishuan Court came to Tiandao's sect for help, so Fengqing went to Bishuan Court. He paused for a moment and continued to say, as you all know, Xianqing School's Qin Shoujing and Imo Qingwei accepted the task to take over Fengqing's position and guard Bishuan Court. The strange thing is that after they took over the task, Fengqing never came back, and we also didn't receive any news until a few days ago, when Fengqing's natal lamp suddenly extinguished in the sect. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying nodded slowly. Then what's fellow Daoist Lu's opinion on this matter? Lu Dingyuan took a deep breath and said, before Su Jinyang came, I didn't have any opinion. I just wanted to send someone to the Eastern Sea to see what happened to Fengqing when I had some free time. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying turned to Lord Daoist Jinyang. Fellow Daoist Jinyang, what about you? Lord Daoist Jinyang perfectly maintained his unhappy expression. He said now, we didn't know about Fengqing's matter before. 2 days ago, Shoujing and Qingwei came back and said that because the beast cultivators attacked Bishuan Court, they lingered in the Eastern Sea but ran into Fengqing who left a long time ago. I don't know why Fengqing didn't go back. After she ran into them, she became even more jealous, so she tried to sneak attack them, but her skills were inferior and she was killed instead. Humph. Right after Lord Daoist Jinyang finished speaking, Lu Dingyuan snorted coldly. Nonsense. How could Fengqing sneak attack them? Lu Dingyuan, fellow Daoists. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying shouted. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything else, he said, since this matter fell on fellow Daoists Shoujing and Qingwei, please explain it to us. Qin Shi nodded at Imo Tiange then said loudly, Senior Yuanying, let me explain. Chapter 617. Qin Shi omitted the beginning and the end of what happened in the Eastern Sea. Apart from his experiences in the Six Paths Palace, he basically told her everything. According to him, Fairy Fengqing had lingered in the East Sea for an ulterior motive. After meeting them, she became even more suspicious and jealous of them. In the end, she secretly attacked them and wanted to kill them both. Once he finished speaking, he handed over the wreckage of the destroyed 10,000 miles canoe. From the spiritual aura fluctuations left on it, it was easy to tell that it was indeed Fengqing's handiwork. Once Qin Shi finished speaking, the 6th floor of Wangquan Pagoda fell into silence. Although Feng Qing's action was very stupid, she was famous for her bad temper. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the title of female Rakshasa. It wasn't strange for her to do such a thing. Lu Dingyuan was furious. Nonsense. No matter how stupid Feng Qing was, she would not fight 1 against 2 and attack the strong with the weak. I feel that all of you covet Feng Qing's fortuitous encounter, and that's why you're waiting for an opportunity to kill her and seize her treasure. Lord Daoist Jinyang snorted and pointed at the black cloak on the table. Then what about this thing? Venerable Sword Yuanying did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he picked up the cloak and examined it carefully. He said, I've heard of this before. It's called the Revolving Devil Cloak. It should have a set of devil art that goes with it. It's not easy to cultivate this demonic technique. The slightest mistake will cause one's personality to change drastically. Old Lu, did you hear that? Lord Daoist Jinghe, who had been sitting and watching the show, lazily said, Don't say Feng Qing wouldn't be that stupid, the facts prove that she's that stupid, this is just speculation. Lu Dingyuan's face and neck turned red. He barely suppressed his anger and turned to Venerable Swordsman Yuanying. Daoist Yuanying, say something. Honorable Swordsman Yuanying sighed. That's right, it's just a guess. Things were back to square one. There was material evidence that Feng Qing's temperament changed greatly because of the devil art, but this material evidence wasn't particularly strong. Qin Shi and Mo Tiange killing people and seizing their treasures. Although there was no evidence, it was the most reasonable speculation. Both sides had their own opinions, and there was no way to distinguish between them. After a while, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying said faintly, I have an idea, but I don't know if you will agree. Lord Daoist Jinyang softened his tone. Fellow Daoist Yuanying, please go ahead. Venerated Swordsman Yuanying said, In the cultivation world, there are 2 kinds of dermic arts that can prevent people from lying. One of them was the soul-searching technique. This technique was quite simple, but it had many limitations, and the target would suffer great damage. The other type is the dream-leading technique. The dream-leading technique uses dreams as a guide to make people lower their guard and answer any questions without any negative consequences. He looked at Qin Shi and Mo Tiange. Are the 2 of you willing to take the dream-leading techniques test? Upon hearing what he said, Lord Daoist Jinyang and Lu Dingyuan both looked astonished. Lord Daoist Jinghe asked in surprise, Old man Yuanying, you actually know the dream-leading technique? The soul-searching technique had been passed down until now, but not many people knew about the dream-leading technique, and even fewer people knew how to use it. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying said lightly, a little. All right. Lu Dingyuan immediately agreed and turned to look at them. If you don't dare, then you have a guilty conscience. Qin Shi and Mo Tiange looked at each other and smiled. What we said isn't empty talk. There's nothing to be afraid of. Fellow Daoist Jinyang. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying turned to Lord Daoist Jinyang. Seeing that the 2 of them looked relaxed, Lord Daoist Jinyang naturally didn't object. Thank you. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying nodded and said to Mo Tiange and Qin Shi, the 2 of you withdraw your divine senses and relax your sea of knowledge. Don't resist. With so many nascent soul cultivators staring at them, asking them to relax their sea of knowledge was indeed a bit difficult. However, they also knew that if they didn't relax their sea of knowledge and accept the dream-leading technique, they would feel very uncomfortable. Lord Daoist Jinghe said in a low voice, Master's here, so you only need to worry. If someone tries to harm you, Master and Senior Martial Brother Jinyang will definitely risk our lives to protect you. With Lord Daoist Jinghe's words, the 2 of them felt very relieved. Right after they closed their eyes and relaxed their sea of knowledge, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying stretched out his hand and slowly condensed a ball of light in his palm. When the ball of light condensed to the size of a fist, he gave it a light push. The ball of light split into two and enveloped them. In an instant, Emotinga felt as if the people and things around her were far away from her. She entered a kind of wonderful feeling, relaxed, happy, and without any burden. In her daze, she seemed to have been asked some questions. She didn't pause at all and answered intuitively. After a long time, they heard Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's indifferent but clear voice, "Everything has been asked. Withdraw." The ball of light withdrew from the two of them and Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's gaze swept over Lu Dingyuan. "Are there any other questions?" Emotinga didn't know what she just said, so she looked at Lord Daoist Jinghe. Lord Daoist Jinghe chuckled and gave them a thumbs up. The two of them felt relieved. It was a fact that Feng Qing made the first move. As long as Venerable Swordsman Yuanying didn't ask anything else, it didn't matter. Lu Dingyuan's face was ashen. After struggling for a long time, he said, the two of them already knew Feng Qing's mood wasn't right, so why did they still provoke her on purpose? This goes against the principle of watching and helping each other. Lord Daoist Jinyang said, she has evil intentions towards others, but she still wants others to watch and help her. As it turns out, Tiandao sect's rules are supposed to be obeyed by others. Lu Dingyuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He never expected it to be Feng Qing who made the first move. Feng Qing wasn't such a stupid person. After thinking it over, he figured Feng Qing probably made a mistake in her cultivation, but he didn't notice it. Tiandao sect's face had already been lost, but he had to argue for what was right. He turned to Venerable Swordsman Yuanying and said, "Fellow Daoist Yuanying, what do you think?" Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's face, which was as handsome as a youth, remained calm. He said, Shoujing and Qingwei's actions were indeed somewhat inappropriate. If this happened before, Venerable Swordsman Yuanying wouldn't have said a word. But now that the Celestial Pole sect had established the Celestial Pole Immortal Alliance, everyone should be regarded as fellow disciples regardless of their identities. If it were someone else, they'd probably do the same as Emotinga and Emotinga. Lord Daoist Jinyang snorted but didn't say anything. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying said, "All right, things are clear now. This matter isn't Shoujing and Qingwei's fault, so Tiandao's sect can't trouble them anymore." Upon hearing what she said, several people from Tiandao's sect looked extremely gloomy, but they all agreed with Venerable Swordsman Yuanying's mediation. Since the matter was in front of them, they couldn't say anything now. Venerable Swordsman Yuanying continued, however, the two of them saw that Feng Qing was trapped in a demonic barrier, yet they didn't help her. Their actions went against justice. He paused for a moment. Since no one said anything, he continued, since that's the case, Xianqing School should compensate Tiandao sect. Many people present heaved sighs of relief, but they also felt regretful in their hearts. In the end, they couldn't fight. Since the two great sects didn't object, this was practically the best result. Lu Dingyuan knew that since Feng Qing attacked first, they wouldn't be able to get any justice from Xianqing School. Lord Daoist Jinyang also understood that it was impossible for Tiandao's sect to not pay anything for the loss of a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, both sides tacitly agreed to this result. Since the result was out, all the nascent soul cultivators left Wanha Pagoda with either peace of mind or regret, leaving behind only the two great sects and their leaders. Next was the main event, the issue of compensation. A nascent soul cultivator meant a lot to a sect, so Lu Dingyuan used this point to demand an exorbitant price. Lord Daoist Jinyang naturally didn't agree. They only acted inappropriately in this matter, so they didn't need to take responsibility. Compensation was just a gesture. The two of them began to engage in a war of words and haggle, calculating every spirit stone clearly. How were they great late nascent soul cultivators? They were clearly small peddlers in market squares. Under the witness of the leaders of various sects, the two sides finally reached an agreement and erased this matter. When they returned to Xianqing School's branch courtyard, Lord Daoist Jinyang wiped his face and said, "That old bastard Lu Dingyuan, sooner or later, I'll make him spit out what he took today." Although more than half of it was cut off, it was still not a small amount. Mo Tiange pondered for a moment, then said, "Senior Martial Brother Jinyang, I have some spiritual plants that can make up for part of it." Lord Daoist Jinyang waved his hand. "High-aged spiritual plants are hard to come by, so you'd better keep them for concocting medicinal pills. The sect can still afford these things." He then smiled and said, "Qingwei, you're still treating me like an outsider. You're sect disciples, so if something happens, the sect will naturally take care of it for you. Besides, this matter isn't your fault." Mo Tiange was stunned and seemed to be lost in thought. So this was the difference between her and Qin Shi. While she was lost in thought, Lord Daoist Jinyang's expression became serious. "You two should go back to Mount Taikang. Time is pressing. I'll let our disciples pay attention to what Senior Hupa said. You just need to focus on cultivating." Senior Martial Brother Jinyang, then this place, Miaoyi and Xianin are already here. Lord Daoist Jinghe waved his hand. "You two can go. By the way, tell Lingxi that he'd better also enter closed-door meditation. The three of you are Xianqing School's hope." Mo Tiange looked up at Qin Shi. Seeing his solemn expression, she somewhat understood that her master and Lord Daoist Jinyang had already made a decision. If the world was really in chaos and the world was changed, the whole Xianqing School would strive to preserve their lives and let them pass on their Daoist teachings for Xianqing School. There was an indescribable feeling in her heart, but in the end, she just answered softly, "Yes." After Lord Daoist Jinyang and Lord Daoist Jinghe made their decision, Mo Tiange and Qin Shi set foot on the road back to Mount Taikang on the same day. Not long after they left, Xianin and Miaoyi arrived. The four Lord Daoists didn't go to Wanhe Pagoda. Instead, they holed up in Xianqing School's branch courtyard, closed the door, and set up restrictions to discuss matters. The next day, Luo Fingxue, the head of Mount Taikang, received a letter. The content wasn't long, but she read it all night. Soon after, Xianqing School issued an order to recall a group of disciples. Later, batches of disciples were sent out one after another, but they didn't go to the battlefield. Instead, they wandered around the whole celestial pole for unknown reasons. Only a few people in the whole Xianqing School knew about these changes. Mo Tiange, Qin Shi, and Lord Daoist Lingxi all entered closed-door meditation at the same time. After Lord Daoist Huayan went to Kuanzhong City and returned to Mount Taikang, he didn't return to his Immortal's cave. Instead, he guarded the Hall of Three Pure on the main peak every day. Mo Tiange knew he didn't have much time left. His cultivation level had been stuck in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, so it was basically impossible for him to advance. Therefore, he planned to contribute his last strength to the sect, to protect them in closed-door meditation. With this thought in mind, Mo Tiange took out a medicine bottle from her Qiankuan ring. The medicinal pills in this medicine bottle were called longevity pills. One pill could prolong one's life by 500 years. Chapter 618. Senior Martial Brother, do you think I should take the longevity pills out? She asked while stroking the medicine bottle in her hand. Qin Shi, who was rummaging through ancient books, answered after a while, you can take them if you want. Mo Tiange turned her head and rolled her eyes at him. How can you be so casual? Qin Shi said helplessly, this is something you have the right to decide. Why do I need to tell you? But, not to mention how rare longevity pills are, other people's pills can only prolong their lives by 100 years, but mine can prolong their lives by 500 years. How do you explain this? Emotinga was confused. She wasn't stingy with these things, but it was hard to explain the source. Chin, she said, they won't force you to explain. What are you worried about? Fine, she admitted that this was related to the sect. What she lacked was Chin's calmness. She thought for a while, then asked, do you think I should take out the spiritual plants and medicinal pills at this critical moment? When they were organizing the virtual sky world, they picked a batch of spiritual plants. Most of them were refined into medicinal pills and a small part was stored. There were so many of them that they couldn't use them all. Chin, she thought for a while, then answered, you can. They're especially useful now. The sect's strength is in urgent need of improvement. Emotinga asked again, how much should we take out? Chin, she thought about the number of medicinal pills she had and said, half. When they were trapped on Demonic Mountain, they had nothing to do but concoct medicinal pills every day. The medicinal pills they saved could scare people to death. Although the total amount couldn't compare to the sect storehouse, they had a lot more high-level medicinal pills, and their quality was also much better. The two of them claimed to be in closed-door meditation, but in fact, they both had important things to do. Chin, she was looking for records about changing the world. Unfortunately, with the end of every era, a large number of ancient books disappeared, so it was difficult to find a few words about that period of history. The virtual sky world was probably created before the Middle Ages era, so there was no such content in the ancient books. For this reason, Luo Fengxue sent out a large number of disciples to search for books and jade slips on various aspects. As for Emotinga, she was pondering the relationship between several cultivation techniques. Her Sino art of the origin, Qin's pure yang technique and art of 3 primordial cycles, as well as the yin and yang dual cultivation technique Yuan Bao gave them all had more or less problems. Some of them were suitable for the virtual sky world, while some weren't. They had to solve these problems before they could cultivate at a rapid pace with the help of their constitutions. Thinking of medicinal pills, Mo Tingat summoned Shui Linbua and asked her to call Luo Fengxue over. She gradually adapted to her new identity and also learned to put on the airs of a nascent soul lord. This was the air that a nascent soul lord must have, and it was also a kind of motivation for the disciples of the sect. Luo Fengxue rode on the machine-operated eagle, flying towards the extreme abyss pool. After Qin Shi advanced to the nascent soul realm, he sealed the exit of his Immortal's cave, which was originally located on a mountaintop, and opened another exit in Extreme Abyss Valley. Right now, the entire Extreme Abyss Valley was within the range of the Immortal's cave's restrictions. If they wanted to enter the valley, they had to ride Emotinga's special machine-operated eagle. Looking down from the sky above the Extreme Abyss Valley, most of the valley floor was covered by the Extreme Abyss pool. The water was as clear as a mirror, and the waves were rippling. Being at the bottom of the valley, there was another kind of scenery. The most eye-catching thing was the waterfall that flowed down like white silk. The sound of water splashing could be heard, and pearls splashed. On the surface of the water, there were ice floes everywhere, looking like glaciers. In one corner of the pool, there were several wooden houses connected by winding corridors. Both houses were covered with green vines, looking quite wild. The open space where the wooden houses were located was full of exotic flowers and plants, and in the snow and ice, one could see a proud and unyielding character. At a glance, Luo Fengxue knew it was the masterpiece of Mo Tianga's registered disciple. They had known each other for more than 100 years, so she knew this youngest nascent soul cultivator in the celestial pole too well. If Luo Fengxue had asked her to decorate her own Immortal's cave, she could have just built 2 wooden houses at random. How could it be as elegant as it was now? However, this was the style of a nascent soul cultivator's Immortal's cave. Martial Uncle Shojing's Immortal's cave was originally built on an uninhabited mountaintop. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Luo Fingxue came down from the machine-operated eagle. Shui Linbo was already waiting beside her. She bowed and said, "Greetings, sect head." Luo Fingxue smiled and said, "No need to be so polite." Now that Shui Linbo was Mo Tiange's disciple, she was the same as her in terms of seniority. However, Shui Linbo was both a core formation cultivator and the sect head, so her status was much higher. Shui Linbo looked calm, neither servile nor overbearing. "Auntie is already waiting for sect head." "Sect head, please come with me." Luo Fingxue nodded. "Thank you." Shui Linbo took Luo Fingxue into the cave on the rock wall and walked all the way to the hole. "Auntie, sect head Bingxin is here." Mo Tiange was studying a cultivation technique. Upon hearing the voice, she stopped and nodded. "I see." Then she smiled at Luo Fingxue and said, "Fingxue, sit down." "Thank you, Martial Uncle Qingwei." Luo Fingxue bowed solemnly and then sat at the last seat. Up until now, the two of them had been well-mannered and hadn't violated the etiquette in the slightest. When Luo Fingxue sat down, they looked at each other for a while and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Not bad this time. You finally look like a nascent soul cultivator," Luo Fingxue said. Mo Tiange said helplessly, "Isn't it easy to put on airs? It just depends on who I'm dealing with. So, I'm someone who doesn't need to put on airs." "I'm so honored." Luo Fingxue pretended to cup her hands. Mo Tiange smiled and said, "I called you here today because I have something to tell you." Her attitude was kind and she was smiling. Her speech and mannerisms had the demeanor of a high-level cultivator. Luo Fingxue couldn't help but think of the little cultivator who followed Martial Uncle Shojing to Xianqing school and sighed inwardly. "Martial Uncle, what can I do for you?" Mo Tiange took out a Qiankuan bag from her robe and handed it to her. "We're in troubled times now. Master and senior martial brothers are all running around for the sect, but we can't help them. There are some medicinal pills and spiritual plants in here that we've accumulated in our daily lives. Just take it as doing something for the sect." Luo Fingxue knew they were both good at pill concocting, so she accepted the bag and said, "In fact, you've helped the sect a lot. Your spiritual beast, Feifei, brought back many clansmen last time. These Feifeis are very sensitive to treasures. With them, the chances of finding treasures are very high." Mo Tiange smiled bitterly. "Do you think I don't know that guy? He's never willing to suffer losses, and he doesn't let his clansmen recognize him as their master. I'm afraid he wants a lot in return." Luo Fingxue pursed her lips and smiled. The cost is indeed higher than the spiritual beasts that recognize them as masters, but without them, where would those treasures come from? To tell you the truth, this time, I received Martial Uncle Xinjiang's order and sent a group of disciples to look for treasures with Feifei. These things will be used to tide over this crisis. If Xianqing School can safely tide over this crisis, these Feifei will take great credit. It's good that you don't have to raise them for free. The two of them chatted for a while before Luo Fingxue took her leave. Luo Fingxue rode the machine-operated eagle out of Extreme Abyss Valley and rode her sword back to the main peak's main hall. She then opened her Qiankuan bag and poured out the medicinal pills and spiritual plants. She was stunned by the fall. The medicinal pills and spiritual plants poured out of the Qiankuan bag could pile up into a small mountain, and there was still more. Among them, there were several hundred jade boxes for spiritual plants and countless jade bottles for medicinal pills. Luo Fingxue was stunned for a while. She then put her hand into her Qiankuan bag and muttered to herself, "There are so many medicinal pills. Even the bottles must cost a lot, right? These jade bottles were exquisite and made of high-quality spiritual jades. They were worth a lot of spirit stones alone. Luo Fengxue grabbed a jade bottle and opened the cork. Instantly, the room was filled with fragrance. She poured out a pill and was even more shocked. Extreme Purity Pill. This was a top-grade spiritual pill that could help core formation. She then opened several jade bottles. In addition to Extreme Purity pills, there were also Clear Sky pills, Dew of Immortality, and even nascent soul-level Extreme Purity Golden pills and 9 Transformations Yang Restoration pills. Luo Fengxue felt a bit suffocated. Even Xianqing School's storehouse didn't have so many high-grade medicinal pills. She then randomly took a jade box with a high-grade talisman on it to prevent spiritual aura loss. Next to the talisman was a line of small words, Purple Origin Spirit Grass, 8,000 years old. She then looked at the other jade boxes. They were all precious spiritual plants, all of which were more than 5,000 years old, and some of them were even 10,000 years old. Luo Fengxue wiped her sweat. After thinking for a while, she stuffed all the jade bottles and jade boxes back into her Qianquan bag, left the sect head hall, and walked to the front of the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. Lord Daoist Huayan was drawing talismans. For him, it didn't matter if he cultivated or not. While he still had more than 200 years to live, he should quickly make use of his remaining energy and arrange a good future for his disciples. Therefore, after hearing the news brought by Mo Tiange and Luo Fengxue, he asked to return to the mountain to guard the Hall of the Three Pure Ones to protect the 3 most promising nascent soul cultivators of Xianqing School in their closed-door meditation. When Luo Fengxue came, he only paid a little attention to her. "Oh, Fengxue. What's the matter?" Martial Uncle Huayan. After greeting him, Luo Fengxue didn't have time to be polite and presented the Qianquan bag to him. "Just now, Martial Uncle Qingwei called me over and said I would give these things to the sect." "Oh. What is it that even you can't decide?" Lord Daoist Huayan's brush moved like dragons and snakes. As the talisman brush moved, the handwriting on the talisman paper emitted a faint spiritual light. "Martial Uncle, you'll understand when you see it." After drawing a talisman, Lord Daoist Huayan put down the talisman brush and took the Qianquan bag. He put his hand into the Qianquan bag, took out a jade bottle, opened it, sniffed it, and said, "High-grade aura refining pills. Good stuff." Then he turned to Luo Fengxue and asked, "Is this all?" Luo Fengxue said, "Look at how many there are, and you'll know why I came to ask." Hearing this, Lord Daoist Huayan thought that even if there were a few more, it wouldn't be strange. After all, those 2 people had deep-fated chances. Then he was stunned. He just tipped the Qianquan bag casually, and a pile of things fell out with a clatter. Lord Daoist Huayan touched the Qianquan bag and simply emptied it all out. He exclaimed, "These 2 little guys are too lucky. Where did they get so many spiritual plants? They can actually concoct so many medicinal pills." Luo Fengxue said next to him, "Martial Uncle Huayan, take a look at those spiritual plants first." Lord Daoist Huayan glanced at her suspiciously, then picked up a jade box with the words, "Phoenix Crown Grass, 9,000 years old." He was stunned, then hurriedly took off the talisman on it. Sure enough, there was a 9,000 years old phoenix crown grass inside. After a long time, he closed the jade box, stuck the talisman on it, and said to Luo Fengxue, "Fengxue, leave these things with me. If there's no problem, I'll give them to you." Luo Fengxue said without hesitation, "Yes, Martial Uncle." You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.